Hello everyone. Hello, welcome in. Welcome all my Red Wing soldiers. How are we doing today? Yes, Jago. You got in before the four stream elements actually sent out a message. I did see you hanging out over at the lava stream. I saw a number of people obviously over there at the lava stream. So, welcome in, everybody. Hope everybody's having a good day. Hope everybody had a nice finish to their week. Yes, so for those that didn't know, the Lava Boys, the loud, annoying, very annoying Ray Chase, Robbie Damon, Max Middleman, they're doing a 72-hour stream of Persona 5. And it's hilarious because they actually left the stream on overnight. So I think it was Robbie and Ray were sleeping on a sofa, and they had their Twitch stream going all night, and it was just on them all night. It was hilarious. Apparently they were playing Persona 5 Vanilla yesterday and got partway through Futaba's Palace, and then when they went on to this morning to continue their playthrough, it was gone. Because they logged in as a guest on Max's PlayStation 4. Oh, no, Jago, that's fine. I understand that. There's a lot of people having good times over there. No worry about that. But yeah, they went to log on, and their save file was gone. And they found out that, when you log in as a guest, if you don't save it to the cloud, your save file is gone. So all the work they did yesterday in Persona 5 Vanilla just completely wiped out. So they had to download Persona 5 Royal. That took a while. Then they got so far, and the game's like, yeah, no, guess what? We have to download all this more. So it was... They are actually in Kamoshida's palace now. They just went in. Yeah, no cloud, no save. Which is a very good PSA. Very good public service announcement. If you log in as a guest and you don't save to the cloud, you're not going to save your files. So... It was sad. But in a way, it was a blessing in disguise because they got to get the Royal as opposed to playing through Vanilla. Which, again, I'd like to... I was actually playing a little more Royal when I was watching them. Sorry, I got a little headache. I just took some ibuprofen. But I was actually playing Royal a little bit while they were playing it. And, don't... Jago, I was gifted a sub last night, so don't you worry about it. I was gifted a sub last night, and then during the hype train this morning, I threw 5 subs in their chat as well. So, but yeah, I was gifted one yesterday, so you don't have to worry, Jago. But yeah, I saw a bunch of people over there, and again, it was nice. It was great. They're joking. There was like 1,600, 1,700 people watching them download Persona 5 Royal, and they were making jokes on how the stream was going, that many people were tuning in for it. And I'm like, I watched Abby Trott, Dr. Takemi from Royal, put together a cat castle. A number of us watched Billy Kometz put together his chair. So watching them download a game is fine. Plus Jeremy Lee is there, voice of Makoto. She was still there when I left. It was great. Just I made a comment shortly before I left. The insider stories, the chit chat that the viewers got to see amongst these friends. I find that amazing. I actually really like that. You get that little glimpse into their lives, Because, I mean, all we get to see is, obviously what they put out on the air, whether it's through this or whether it's through their work. That little bit of that personal life, again, I like. And I'm not somebody who's going to creep on them or stalk on them and do all that good stuff. I mean, that's just, good stuff. No, not good stuff. Bad stuff. Not going to creep on them. Not going to stalk on them. Not going to send creepy messages or creepy texts or, try and dig through the internet to find like a home address or a phone number or anything like that. That is, voice actors are people. They should not, again, same as actors. They're all people. Just because they are a public-facing person does not mean that they have abandoned and surrendered their private life. Absolutely, Jago. Be respectful. Respect them as individuals. I don't know how many times, again, I follow a handful on Twitter. Not all of them. I do follow a handful. But quite a few of them will put on Twitter, please do not call me by my character's name. Again, I'm sure they hear it all the time. Yes, they have not abandoned their humanity. Again, they must be getting it all the time and getting tired of it if they're actually putting it on a public forum like Twitter. Quite frankly, if and when I do get to meet them at a con, I will probably address them as Mr. or Ms. And, some people may see that as disrespectful. For me, it's the complete opposite. For me, that's a sign of respect. I don't know you at all, let alone well enough to use your first name. Now, Billy Kometz, he's a different story. It's not saying that I've met him, but again, I've had a one-on-one with him. Ms. or Mr. Right. Mr. Damon, Mr. Middleman. Will they say, if they say, hey, call me Max, call me Robbie? Okay. It's going to be difficult. Okay. But I'm going to do that as a sign of respect because I don't know them well enough, at least to me. I don't know them well enough to address them like a friend or an acquaintance. They're a complete stranger to me as I am to them. Okay, they get very personal, obviously, when they ask for your name when you're doing a signing or something. That's fine, but make a right. You got to make a positive bond. You don't want to be that person that these individuals talk about when they're decompressing for the day and they're talking with each other and they say, hey, can you believe what this person did, or you would not believe, or you won't believe what that person did? You don't want to be that person. You want to be the one that leaves a positive memory with them or a positive vibe with them. So, but again, if I get a chance to meet Billy Kometz, that might be a different story. Again, I've had one-on-one chats with him. He's rated me a couple of times. We've had chats here. So I feel a little more comfortable calling him Billy because I've had interactions with him. But anybody else, I haven't. Yes, I've bought prints from them. But again, I'm just words on the other side of a screen. Words on an order form. like give money. I don't think that'll work either. But yeah, just remember they are people. They are human beings and they deserve to be treated as such. Just because they're in a public-facing medium like, TV and movies or films and that kind of thing, does not mean that they are a complete open book to anyone and everyone. Everyone deserves privacy. It's disgusting when something happens in a public person's life. They actually have to ask to be left alone. They have to ask for privacy for the family. It should be a given. So, but other than that, hope everybody had a decent end of their week. Start of E3. Hope everybody, gets the information they're looking for. Again, I follow a bunch of Zelda tubers on YouTube, and they are all hoping for some information on Breath of the Wild sequel this week. I don't. Yoshi was nice enough to post a schedule of E3 in my Discord, the links to which are right there. So if you'd like to follow me on Twitter, come join the Discord. Watch some of my archive VODs on YouTube. I'm trying to see. Let's see. Square Enix has their info tomorrow. Tuesday is Nintendo. It had been great to get something from Sega or Atlas. I don't even see. Again, I don't see Sony on here. Was it? Wasn't Xbox? Yeah, Xbox is tomorrow as well. So, yeah, Sony's not on there. But I'd love to hear something from Sega and Atlas regarding Persona news, as it's the anniversary, and hopefully we'll get some sort of Persona 3 port. Whether it's, something that we can put on PlayStation or Steam. As much as I like getting trophies on PlayStation, if I can get a game on Steam, I'll do that because I have a lot more memory. I think it'll run a lot better. If, I can sacrifice the blood of 17 virgins and get a PlayStation 5 eventually, that's a joke. If I can get a PlayStation 5 eventually, maybe that'll be better. Yeah, see, I don't know. They were actually, again, if you were there earlier, the Lava guys were talking about how if Max was talking about how if he doesn't have something specific to say to a famous individual, he will not go up because he doesn't want to just go up to anyone and say, "Hey, I love your work. Thank you." Now, maybe that will work for some people. Maybe a quick interaction. Hey, big fan. Love your work. Don't want to take too much of your time. I just want to say thank you. Maybe try that. A simple thanks. Who doesn't like to hear thank you? In a good way, obviously not a sarcastic way. Who doesn't want to hear a thank you? Hey, thank you for entertaining me. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for putting the time and effort, the blood, sweat, and tears into the work that you do for the entertainment of others. Just a simple thank you. So, I mean, they're getting, in the end, Jago, they are getting money from us. One way or the other. Whether it's through, they get paid for the work that they do when we watch it. The signings, obviously, they're getting paid. If they're not getting paid by the convention to show up, they're obviously getting cuts of the prints that they sign and all that good stuff. And any panels or meet and greets that they might do. But, I mean, in one way or the other, they're getting money from the general public. So, a direct donation, I don't know. I couldn't. I couldn't afford that, but. No problem, Jago. But again, to me, a simple, heartfelt thank you. If somebody said that to me, that would go a very long way. Thank you. Don't want to take up too much of your time. I enjoy your work. And, something like that. Have a good day. Quick interaction. If they want to talk more, let them say something. Otherwise, in addition to you, there's how many hundreds of other individuals that have the same feelings. I'll tell you something I do dislike. Some may feel honored, Jago. Some may feel insulted. Again, I can't speak for anybody other than myself. But some may, again, take it as a compliment. Some may take it as an insult. I don't know. I can't speak for anybody but myself. But I will say that if from what I've seen, money, a famous individual obviously does not want to disappoint their fans. Okay? They're famous for a reason. They've got fans. I do not like when individuals monopolize a celebrity's time when there are so many other people that would like to interact with them. And I've seen this, I don't know how many times. And again, I would think that the celebrity, again, just use the blanket celebrity. The celebrity's not going to say, hey, you want to get the fuck out the way? We got other people here. They don't want to do that. They don't want to be rude. They don't want to say, hey, can you move along so we can get the line moving? But I do not like when a celebrity is mobbed by, a handful of individuals and they completely monopolize that person's time. That is not being fair to again, tons of others that would like to, express appreciation and interact. So when I would have liked to interact with some individuals that I've met, over time, but I couldn't because they were mobbed by a handful of individuals, and they'll just pepper them with questions and pepper them and then go and they won't shut up. And obviously the celebrity's not going to say anything because they don't want to disappoint their fans. But then again, they don't want to disappoint those 5, but they disappointed 20 others who didn't get that chance. And again, that's probably selfish on my end. Again, maybe I'm taking away that celebrity's humanity, and it's entirely possible. But maybe that's a little skewed. But some individuals don't have that sense of, hey, let me get out, let other people in, and have that moment and have that time. Yes, Jago. Thank you for the work you do. Thank you for the entertainment. I appreciate it. I enjoyed it. Hope you have a good day. 5 seconds. If you want to throw in there, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I want to say, thank you very much. I've enjoyed your work. I've been entertained by it. Have a good day. Something along those lines. But anyway. And again, there's a handful of people that have done that, Jago, and that's very generous. And again, the Lava guys said that the money that they're receiving is going towards their new offices so they don't have to keep hopping between the guys' apartments. But again, given $100, that's not going too far. Somebody did it today. If you have the thing is, you don't want to overtax yourself. It's like gambling. Don't spend money you don't have. Always have to be careful. I learned that the hard way. I think I've said that on stream before. I got in trouble with credit cards on a mobile gacha game because I would spend money on iTunes cards and spend money and I'd hit my limit and now I'm screwed. I put, a couple $1,000s into that game and I don't even play it anymore. So I wasted thousands of dollars on the game. That's why I don't play Genshin. I don't play Genshin because I'm not going to put money into that game anymore. I think I put $10 into it out of my PlayStation account when I first got it. Well, that's fine, Jago. Again, if you got it and that's what you want to spend your money on. I don't count people's money. I count my own. I know I don't have that kind of money to throw around, but I do have $20, $25 here and there to throw some gift subs to individuals. I did it this morning. I'll do it. Might do it to a couple other streamers when they have charity things that come around. We just had the big St. Jude push. You ain't got to do me any favors, Jago. You don't. You really don't. But when a handful of the streamers were doing their St. Jude funding, St. Jude, fundraisers, I donated to a couple. I think I threw $100 at a couple streamers for St. Jude because, I love the cause and I love the streamer. So, but anyway, the reason I am here today because we are getting so close to the end of this game. We are getting very close to the end of Danganronpa 2. Thank goodness. So, how are we looking here? All right. We are getting very close to the end of this game. That's why I'm awesome. Again, Jago, I had the funds. If I didn't have the funds, I wouldn't do it. Again, I don't have the funds to be throwing out hundreds every day. But every so often when they're doing a fundraiser or doing a charity thing like that, I want to give because, for one, it's a good cause, absolutely. Two, I enjoy the helping aspect. I have always enjoyed helping others. I wanted to be a teacher. What do? They help others. They teach others. Again, Jago, you spend your money on what you want. Whatever makes you happy. Remember, when you're dead and buried, you can't take it with you. Okay? Can't take it with you. So you do what you want with it. You enjoy your life. But, again, don't get yourself in trouble. And again, speaking of enjoying life, my chair. I am enjoying that. That is some good money spent there. The only pain in the ass is constantly tilting this monitor so I can see while I'm over there. So, and again, I do have my fan on. It's the remote for it. I do have my fan on, so if you hear some interference on the mic, that's the fan. But I've been watching Well, I'll do something this first. Again, those of you that also follow Billy Kometz, on Thursday he did a Dead by Daylight with the viewers stream. I was lucky enough to be selected twice, which I find absolutely hilarious. I've entered Billy's viewer raffles to play games with him 3 times. I've won all 3 times. When he did, I entered once for a Smash Brothers. Even though I don't own the game, I was going to give away my entry, and that wasn't allowed, and that's fine. But it was the first time that I ever put the correct keyword in to win a chance to play. You can use Nightbot to run raffles based on keywords you can type in chat. And I always put in goofy keywords other than what's being asked for, just as a joke. The very first time I actually put in the keyword, I win. I'm like, I don't have the game. Give it to this person. They're like, yeah, we don't do that. Okay, they just rolled again. And then on Thursday, he did the same thing, except to play in Dead by Daylight. I didn't win initially, but there were some people that had to bow out, and they, picked again, and I was one of them, and I played like ass. And then while we were waiting to load into another game, he ran another contest to get into the next series of games, and I won that one. So I've actually competed against Billy 3 times. Twice in Dead by Daylight, and then once in Among Us. When he did one of the Among Us, I think it was only 1. He might have only done 1, maybe 2. But I know 1 for sure, obviously, because I was in it. 1 Among Us with the community. So yeah, that was interesting. And again, if you go over to his Twitch channel, Billy Kometz, it was Thursday, June 9th. Thursday, no, 10th. Thursday, June 10th stream, Dead by Daylight with the community. Yeah, I played like garbage. I kept missing my skill checks. I kept getting murdered. I got no points. I never escaped. I got no points on any of those. So, but other than that, I've been watching Wade Barnes. What about Smash Bros? Yeah, I probably will never play that because I had the game for the Wii U. Whatever that one was, whichever Smash Brothers was for the Wii U. I played it. Couldn't do it. So I'll probably not play that. Well, the Among Us wasn't a contest. I was just one of the first ones that was quick enough to enter the room code and get in. It was like a first come, first serve type of thing. So it's not exactly like I won a chance to play in Among Us. I was just quick enough to get into the room code because I think I already had Among Us up and ready and waiting. And as soon as the code went up, I put it in and I was in. So, but I've been watching Wade Barnes on YouTube. He does YouTube and Twitch. For those of you unfamiliar, you may be familiar with Markiplier. He's one of Mark's friends. Mark, Wade, and Bob. Those are the three, the three Peens as they call themselves. But I've been watching Wade's streams. He did a lot of Phasmophobia. And when I first saw the game, I'm like, this looks like complete ass. The character animations are just so stiff and so stick figure-ish. Yeah, it's like garbage. I don't think I'd ever want to play that. And of course, I watched. I think he has like 37 or 39 archived videos on YouTube. Obviously, they're not the full streams; they're edited. But he's got a full playlist of Phasmophobia games that he's done, and I watched all of them. So now Phasmophobia is on my wish list for Steam. So I still have a handful. I still have FNAF 2, Sister Location, Phasmophobia, Yakuza 6, Yakuza Like a Dragon, and then Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne. Those are the games I have on my Steam wish list, and I'm waiting to see if they go on sale anytime. So yeah, some people. What's going on, Marsh? Welcome in. I don't know about DVD player, more like DVD target or sacrificial lamb. That's me. Again, I was just saying, if you haven't seen my play, you can go on Billy Kometz's Twitch channel and find the VOD from this past Thursday. Judgment is out. Crystal has been playing it and been streaming it. I guess she got it directly from whoever produced it. It's like the Yakuza knockoff type of thing. You sacrifice yourself for teammates. Again, I didn't win Dead by Daylight. Obviously, I didn't win. I didn't get any points. I was doing okay. I'm not the best player at hiding. I think I had a decent build as far as, my perks and that, but again, with more practice, we'll see what happens. But anyway, I started a couple minutes early to get in to Danganronpa 2 because we are near the end. We're in chapter 6. This should be the last chapter. We left off with Monokuma telling us to walk around Hope's Peak Academy to find out why our memories are stolen or something like that. I'm very anxious to get the information on Mikan to find out what the hell happened to her. Find out what happened to everybody else. So, let's get this going. Let's get this game going because I'm excited to finish. We should have this this and one more class trial. Oh, wrong one. This one. Danganronpa. And then we're taking a break from Danganronpa. Hajime. I kept looking for a technician. I definitely want a technician because I knew I was going to screw up skill checks. So this way, shit didn't blow up. I know I had technician. I think I had decisive strike. Which perk? Technician? Absolutely. Because I read the description. You know, if you screw up a skill check, the generator doesn't blow up. Ah, my Mikan. Oh, yeah. I knew I wanted that one because again, watching Billy stream, watching Erica Lindbeck, watching Miss Shadow Lovely, Elizabeth. I've learned what some of these ones are. Oh, I forgot to put... actually, I forgot to put something in the... I forgot to put something in here. There we go. Okay. You watch it, you learned about watching a YouTuber? Yeah. Again, I watched Bill, obviously watching Billy and Erica and Elizabeth. Alright, let's go back to this. I forgot to put the Minimaru command in the title. Chapter 0 and 6. So, where we left off, we were in the gym. Now we have to explore Hope's Peak again. Which, this should be like deja vu. Because we were here in the first game. Huh? We went right to the 5th floor. We left the gym on the 1st floor and immediately went to the 5th floor. Huh? That's weird. This is the hallway I walked through to get to the gymnasium, but it's clearly different. Is this Monokuma's doing too? Is he trying to confuse us again? I don't know how he's doing it, but he keeps doing it over and over again. He's so persistent. But I'm not going to fall for his trap. There's no way this will make me back down. And again, I'm sure the glitching is part of the game. Because if you notice, the music in the corner, if I bring up the map, that doesn't glitch. Oh, this has got the dojo and the greenhouse and the science lab. And obviously, if I bring this stuff up, you know, this isn't glitching. I'm sure the glitches are intentional. This hallway. There is a strange feeling to it, no? As if an invisible wall has been erected to limit our movement.
I am concerned.
Is it just me? Alright. I gotta put you on hold already because the dog's starting to wander. Hold on. Okay. Make sure I get it back. Yeah, that dog gets lonely if she's out there by herself. My wife and daughter are out in the backyard. So the dog's upstairs by herself. Okay. The stairs are blocked. The classroom doors are blocked. This classroom is blocked. Wow. The biolab is blocked. That's where that's where all the dead bodies were when we were here in the first one. Oh, Snake and me is done. Wants to give me something. Oh, mana coins, rum and coconut juice. Okay. Go bye. Bye, Snake and me. Miss you already. 100 steps until it hatches. Alright, which areas can I... It looks like I can go into the dojo. Oh, I can't go see Mukuro's... No, is that Mukuro? Mukuro Ikusaba? I think that's her name. We can only go into the dojo. Oh look, it's spring. Is this the dojo? It's full of strange things that make me think there's no way we're inside a school. Perhaps it's a mistake to expect the inside of this building to make sense. What is this? Is this a manga? The title is Manga for Morons, A History of Hope's Peak Academy by Monokuma. Why is a manga with such a suspicious looking title laying out in the open like this? Let's start with history first, class.
Hey,
Reading manga is the third best way to learn about history. Then what's the first, you ask? That depends on the person. So just as I thought, Monokuma made this. That totally explains how suspicious it looks. Boy, I can't talk today. I really want to just ignore it, but there's no way I can do that. Fine, I'll look at it. I'll look at anything that might be a clue to getting out of here, no matter what it is. I picked up the manga off the floor and started flipping through the pages. It's an introduction to Hope's Peak Academy's history, as narrated by the cutesy character on the cover. Yes, Jago. It's going to be nice when I finally start playing Strikers and Yakuza, because I won't have to talk as much. I think Strikers is fairly well voice acted, and I don't read Yakuza because they have the Japanese behind it. So, hold on. Anybody looking for a new dad? I'm trying to get out of being one here. Family's a pain in the ass. Anyway. So yeah, Strikers should be fairly well voice acted, and I don't talk over the Japanese in Yakuza, so I'll be doing less talking in those games. The story begins with an introduction to Hope's Peak Academy. Hope's Peak Academy is A government-funded school of privilege where only the most talented high school students can hope to attend. Built to raise hope in the nation's future, many of its alumni are key leaders of various industries. Again, we learned this at the beginning of the first one. New students are chosen through a scouting process, but the ones who scout them are Hope's Peak Academy's teachers, who serve as both educators and researchers of talent. Hope's Peak Academy isn't just a school for talent, it's also a school for researching talent as well. However, for the past few years, Hope's Peak Academy has been suffering from a decline in funding. If this persists, the Academy believes they will not be able to make progress with their research of talent. So they decided to implement a new system. The Reserve Department. Unlike the main department, who scouts for students, the Reserve Department utilizes a general exam entrance. Entrance exam. I get a little dyslexia. Normal faculty was hired and placed in charge of looking after the Reserve Department. The expenses and exam fees for the Reserve Department are quite high compared to most high schools. Nevertheless, the Academy received an endless stream of applicants. The Academy was now available to talentless commoners, people who only cared about the brand. Wow, talentless commoners. Fuck Monokuma. With this, the Academy managed to amass sizable funds and began further research of talent. To create the Academy's earnest wish, a true genius who would become mankind's hope. But just when they thought everything was going well, an unprecedented incident occurred. The incident that triggered the tragedy, the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. That's right, it was the tragedy of Hope's Peak Academy. The Academy was crippled by this incident and was forced to shut down without accomplishing anything. The end. Really? Huh? The ending was so sudden, like a manga that suddenly canceled in the middle of its run. Plus, these phrases mentioned at the end of this manga, the tragedy and the tragedy of Hope's Peak Academy. These names are so melodramatic. There's no way these incidents really happened, right? That manga only mentions the names, so I don't really know the details, but no, it'd just be a waste of time to wonder about things that don't make sense. More importantly, I learned something because of this manga. The Reserve Department. That department was only built to collect money. I was one of those Reserve Corps students, right?
But hold on.
That's weird. Give it a 10 out of what, Jago? Oh, you're here again? And the thing that's weird is you, of course. Huh?
Hey!
Why did you forget that you were part of the Reserve Department? The Future Foundation only took away your school life memories, right? But you should have known even before you entered that you had no talent, right? So I think it's weird that you actually forgot something like that too. What do you want me to say?
By the way...
Based on my assumption, the Future Foundation must have wanted to hide the fact that you were one of those Reserve Corps students.
I got it!
Or you willingly sealed those memories yourself. Huh? You wanted to be confident in yourself, so you wanted to forget everything that embarrassed you. You know, when humans experience trauma, sometimes they erase their memory of what happened. Well, that's a coping mechanism of the brain. When something so tragic happens, the brain will just completely erase it. So you'll have, periods of where you don't remember anything, like blackout. It happens pretty often. Not that I know anything about that, though. Yeah, liar. Are you saying it's my fault I forgot? That's not it.
Come on!
When things get inconvenient, you always get angry and try to brush it off. Oh. Well, that's expected of a Reserve Corps student. Damn it, what the heck? The fuck, Monokuma? You're turning into the next Nagito, constantly calling us a Reserve Corps student. Reserve Department has been added to the Truth Bullets section. Interesting. Alright. I'm sure I'm not going to get any other chances. So if you folks see a Monokuma doll that I miss, armor and a helmet. Did the map developers design this to reflect a Japanese dojo? This cherry tree is in full bloom. Maybe a tasteful sight to see a blooming cherry tree inside a dojo. This situation just looks bizarre. The target seems pretty far away. If the production team had had more time, there could have been a minigame here. Wait, what am I saying? Oh, more fourth wall breaks. There's a straw post. I guess that means it was used for training. There's a bunch of wooden lockers here. Each of them has a traditional looking woodblock key sticking out of them. I guess they're just for show. There's nothing in particular that looks like a clue. Because it was locker 6 that was missing its locker key last time. I gotta see... Again, I don't see any Monokumas here. I don't see any hiding. Because I have a feeling if I go out, I'm not going to be able to come back. He might be hanging out somewhere. Okay, where can I go now? Oh, I can go in this classroom. No, he pops in every now and then, Jago. Don't worry about it. There's another manga there. Clock doesn't have any hands. What time is it now? Can't see outside, so I don't even know if it's night or day right now. I mean, I shouldn't worry about missing a Monokuma because I've already missed the one in the first chapter that I can't go back to, but... this is another manga. It's laying on top of the desk. This one is Manga for Morons, The Tragedy of Hope's Peak Academy, huh? Wasn't the tragedy of Hope's Peak Academy mentioned in that other manga too? That's why Hope's Peak Academy went bankrupt, and it was the trigger for the biggest, most tragic, most awful event in human history. I don't think that was ever really explained in the first game. I mean, that's the reason why everybody got stuck in the school, but I don't think they actually explained what triggered it. If I read this manga, will I be able to learn a little more about that incident? Took the manga from the desk, started flipping through. See what I can learn about the event known as the Tragedy of the Academy. The story made heavy use of outdated, stylized drawings depicting characters solving mysteries. What's written here is, as the name suggests, the tragedy of Hope's Peak Academy occurred at Hope's Peak Academy. The key player in that event was a student named Izuru Kamukura. Izuru was a genius known as a symbol of hope. Hope's Peak used all their resources to develop him. Supposedly, Izuru was a genius among geniuses and possessed various talents. Wielding superior talent for the hope of mankind, the Academy referred to Izuru as the ultimate hope. To protect such rare talent, the Academy completely concealed all evidence of Izuru's origins and identity. Did we just find out Nagito's true name? Because of that, most of the students at the Academy were completely unaware of Izuru's existence. But Izuru, who was known as the symbol of hope, was responsible for a horrific incident. 13 students of the Hope's Peak Student Council, among the Academy's best and brightest, were brutally murdered by Izuru. So that would explain all the blood and crap and disarray in that one classroom. However, the incident did not end there. The Academy tried to protect Izuru's superior talent and concealed the incident as though it never happened. However, a certain student began working in secret to use that incident to their advantage. That student uncovered what the Academy did, and making that knowledge public, it stoked the fires of Reserve Corps students who had long been dissatisfied with how they'd been treated. And the uprising began. And that heralded Hope's Peak's destruction. This is the entirety of the tragedy of Hope's Peak. Eventually, that incident would lead to that horrifying, devastating incident. The incident that would be known as the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. Room where Kuya found in the first game? Now, again, I'm thinking it was that classroom that was covered in blood and all that crap. Works cited, Danganronpa 0. With a heavy sigh, I closed the manga. Am I supposed to believe this? There's no way 13 people were killed at Hope's Peak. What irony for a genius known as the ultimate hope to cause such a gruesome incident. A talent like that is too regal for society. It's like trying to buy juice with a bar of gold. You should be lucky that you're incompetent. Damn it, he always has to lead up to something offensive. He seriously pisses me off. Do we learn Nagito's true name? But ultimate hope. Nagito mentioned that before too, but it looks like it means something completely different here. What Nagito said was the true meaning of hope. But for Izuru, hope simply meant talent. More importantly, a genius who possesses various talents. Wish they'd given me one of those talents so I didn't have to be in the reserve department. That's right, the reserve department. Here it said that the reserve corps students in the reserve department began uprising. What about me? Was I a participant too? No, that's not possible. There's no way. I have no reason to do something like that. Well, it's only because you forgot. Tragedy at Hope's Peak. Yep. Learned about tragedy at Hope's Peak, but the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history is far worse, right? What kind of incident was it? And who is this other student that isn't Izuru? A certain student who secretly used the incident to their advantage. Is that Junko? This incident is really messed up. All it's doing is raising more questions. Absolutely. Mysteries just keep piling up. That they do. Very puzzling. Sonia was here. She's gone now. I think the rooms highlighted in gray, like the dojo, the classrooms, and the biolab, are the ones we're going to visit. They just may be locked off for the moment. Because this was blocked when we first got here. And now it's not. Oh, what do we get? We got a Chibimi. Wonderful. So I think we got to go to the biolab now. So let's see if there's anybody else hanging around up here. That's a cool effect on the wall. Alright, this is where the bodies were. Discord Nitro is free on Epic Games? Interesting. What the hell is with this room? It's freaking cold in here. It's like I'm in a freezer or something. If I just stand still, I might end up freezing to death. I should hurry up and investigate so I can get out of here already. Hi, you little sneaky bastard. Yeah, I don't have Discord Nitro, and I don't have an Epic Games account either. Alright, what's this manga for morons? I don't like the look of that face. I have not had Discord Nitro, no. There's another manga just lying around here. This time the title is Manga for Morons, the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. I knew it. The next one would obviously be about this incident. But yeah, just what was that incident really all about? Might turn out to be something lame. Flipped through the pages of the manga. Hoped I was right. Why do we have the Nagito swirls? A story about creepily drawn characters who get involved in such horrifying incidents. An incident known as the biggest that thing. Is this drawn so grotesquely because the incident itself is that grotesque? Anyway, the beginning of the story manga starts with this sentence. The tragedy of Hope's Peak was simply the trigger. At first, the uprising by the Reserve Corps students that triggered the tragedy was initially hoped to be resolved quickly, but the situation continued to escalate to dangerous extremes. The movement started spreading all over the internet and fostered a thriving online community. The community was not limited to students, and people of various races and nations began joining in. But the movement was not confined to the internet and began spreading and eroding the real world. When the movement started, it was indistinguishable from any other demonstration inspired by social unrest. But as it spread across the world, certain abnormalities soon came to light. By then it was too late. The ends and the means had vanished, and wanton destruction became their only goal. The strong butchered the weak. The weak killed the weakest among them. Among us. And soon the weak formed factions to brutally murder the strong. You want to gift that free Nitro with someone who hates Discord Nitro? Or who has... Oh, no, it'd be hates, yeah. As the violence and death continued to spread, the shock of their actions began to disappear. As if the era was regressing to more uncivilized times, when senseless deaths were the norm, the media was oversaturated with deaths to the point where people would watch them while enjoying a meal. That's creepy. Public executions brought about in a different way. By the time the world realized what it had become, it was too late to stop what had happened. A feeling of immense despair began spreading and eventually engulfed the world. Acts of terrorism and coups d'etats began occurring around the world. A war waged in the name of despair. A war fought not for principles, religion, or personal gain. Just war. Pure war. And because of that, there was no way to resolve it. How could a movement started by high school students progress to such a hopeless scenario? The only explanation is the existence of a certain organization devoted to a certain student who influenced Hope's Peak. A group called Ultimate Despair. Yeah, that look actually scares me too. Instead of using Hope's Peak's talents for the sake of mankind's hope, they used them for the sake of mankind's despair. They toyed with us. They made us murder each other for their pure entertainment. key members of society used their influence to brainwash the masses in order to spread despair. Tech-savvy computer programmers wrote software to spread despair. The powerful and influential created new values and morals to spread despair. And with this, they created the tragedy. The biggest, so that's what it was. As long as ultimate despair exists, the despair engulfing the world will never end. The tragedy will never end. My heart was racing in my chest, but my body felt ice cold. And it wasn't because I was freezing in this room. The biggest, the event, this is definitely all made up. No, I don't think so. I mean, if this is really true, then what's happening in the outside world? Chaos. My family, my friends, the convenience store I frequent, the nearby bookstore, my favorite restaurant. What's happened to them?
No way!
Hey, are you seriously yelling at a manga? How crazy are you? Who would enjoy reading something like this?
What?
Oh my, you don't like manga? A high school student who doesn't like manga is like an office lady who doesn't like to eat candy. Enough. What is this messed up manga? Thought you'd obviously know about such a horrible event that destroyed the world, but for you not to remember that? Such despair. That's the Future Foundation's fault, though, thanks to them stealing your school memories. The incident that happened during that period has been completely removed from your brains. This incident really happened, and I actually forgot about it? There's no way that's possible.
What are you saying?
How many times do I have to tell you? All the clues here are real.
Killer.
Please understand, I'm rooting for you. If you don't learn about the full extent of the outside world, you guys will suffer for it. I just want to help you guys so you can live well-adjusted lives in the outside world. Oh, that's such a lie. I see, so that's how it is. That's what he meant by what he said. That's what he meant by what he said at the beginning. As the headmaster, I'm conflicted. On one hand, really happy that he's finally going to graduate, but on the other hand, worried about you guys to be okay after. Yeah, we read this last time. He's trying to make us feel despair toward the outside world, so we'll want to stay on this island. But there's no way I'm going to do what he wants. Despair like that simply can't exist. The outside world should be filled with hope. Just like now. Perhaps... No, that's definitely it. Tragedy. Whether or not this incident really happened, what in the world is this ultimate despair group? If they're devoted to a certain student who guided Hope's Peak destruction, are they connected to both the tragedy and the tragedy of Hope's Peak? Plus, that organization isn't just one person, but a group of people. But if they're known as Ultimate Despair, they're high school students, right? Well, if they were actually able to do it, then I guess that's why they were called Ultimates. Then are the killings were involved and connected to them as well? It's no use. I'm going to freeze to death. I'm at my limit. I need to get out of here. Shivering, I ran out of the freezing room. Whew, that was close. I nearly froze to death. So where should I go next? Well, again, the only things that are in gray are the two classrooms, the dojo, and the biolab. I was already in one classroom. Marshall, why are you laughing your ass off? If I played Skyrim, maybe I would find that a little more funny, but I don't. So, unfortunately, I can't revel or join in with your jocularity. Never played Skyrim. It's fun. The other thing I know about Skyrim... Oh, now this is off. The other thing I know about Skyrim is they had like amiibos for it, I think, or something. Oh, hi. No, I should just ignore it. I'm just going to pretend I didn't see him. Anything in here? We'll go to Fuyuhiko first.
Jeez.
When I went inside this room, that bastard bear was suddenly here. Keeps glancing at me. Wonder why. It's gonna be shitty either way.
Damn right.
So I'll let you handle it. There's no way I'm gonna deal with that idiot. I don't want to do that either. Why, hello, Hajime. I hope you're doing pleasantly well. Oh, pleasingly. Are you pleasingly well? You're pleasingly well, right? What are you doing here?
No.
Well, there was another thing I needed to tell you on this floor. Hehe, I got bored of drawing manga. Can you forgive me for telling you by word of mouth? Should have done that from the beginning. I didn't want to read your manga in the first place. A high school student who doesn't like manga is like a sumo wrestler who doesn't like eating hot pot. Still haven't had hot pot. Getting really fed up with your babbling. Hurry up, what did you need to tell me? It's about the key piece of information you've been waiting so long for. Surprise! It's about ultimate despair. Huh? Ahem. Even though the term ultimate despair refers to a group these days, it was originally the title for a high school girl who was the most powerful, evil, and feared person alive. Yes, Junko. A high school girl.
Yes, indeed.
Lady Junko Inoshima. I remembered the Ino part. I shouldn't remember the rest. Junko Inoshima.
Hey,
As the former ultimate despair, she created a despair brimming with charm and humor. And created the ultimate despairs. There was one really horrible person in that group.
Don't fuck with me.
Hold on a sec. I don't know what the ultimate despairs are, but it's not that easy to form an organization. There's no way people would join some fucked up organization created by a high school girl. I don't know. You didn't see her.
unbelievable.
Humans who are obsessed with their philosophy have an uncanny power to attract others. Donald Trump. Trump. It's a trait shared by many famous leaders throughout history, right? There's nothing strange about it.
Hey,
That holds true for Lady Junko. With her charismatic ability to attract people, she even influenced those in the highest echelons of power. Her connections were the main reason that incident became the tragedy in the first place. So she even recruited people who would have been in a position to neutralize that threat? Then what was their purpose? What? Like I said, why did they cause that incident? It doesn't even make sense. They had a purpose, right? There's no way they'd do what they did without any purpose.
hey,
It was Junko Inoshima's despair. Huh? For Junko Inoshima, despair isn't about purpose, a set of principles, a way of life, or an instinct. Despair is what defines Junko as Junko. What are you saying? I'm a stuffed plushie. Hajime is a human, and it's exactly like that. Junko is full of so much despair that she's truly hopeless. I mean, look at the execution that she gave herself in the first one. It was a conglomeration of all the other ones. Living, dying, eating, loving. For her, everything is despair. The hell? With her overwhelming force of personality, Junko recruited the ultimate despairs one by one. It's kind of funny, though, because it wasn't Junko like the ultimate fashion idol in the first one. I want to say ultimate pop star, but I think that was Sayaka. She controlled their despair by taking advantage of their love, hate, grudges, anything really. Junko's despair is far more dreadful than any other. That idea had been slammed right into their minds. So the ultimate despairs who had been recruited became nothing more than Junko's limbs. Fashionista. Okay. Thank you. All despair, whether it was their own or anyone else's, was dedicated to Junko. Like believing making offerings to their god. Oh, believers making offerings to their god. Like a mother providing food to her children. They dedicated all despair so they could escape from despair. All in Junko's name. For example, they killed their families and friends. They even destroyed their bodies through relentless mutilation. And to hopelessly top it off, they completely believed it was something that they had to do. There's no way something that crazy is possible. Do you know about the final days of the Reserve Corps students during the tragedy? Final days?
In other words,
Junko had the power to change people's values. This is also true of famous people throughout history. What do you mean final days? What happened to the Reserve Department?
of course.
They fulfilled their role as disposable limbs. They believed in what they needed to do. And so the 2,357 students of the Reserve Department all committed mass suicide. Wow. So why is Hajime still alive then? Mass suicide?
What'd you say?
All students? Oops, it wasn't all of them. One person was excluded. One person was excluded, huh? Is that me?
Damn it.
I don't believe it. There's no way I can believe this. Ultimate despair, Junko? Heh, doesn't scare me at all. I mean,
Bastard.
Junko is already dead. How does he know that? Huh? Ultimate despair has been added to the truth bullets. There's Junko. I wonder if we're going to get Aaron Fitzgerald again. And the Reserve Department has been updated. How do you know she's dead? Hey, Fuyuhiko, is it true what you said? Junko is really dead?
Huh?
What? You didn't see? There was a book called Manga for Morons, Killing School Life in that bloody classroom. A bloody classroom? No, wait. What was that you said about the killing school life? Like the killings we were involved in? They were killings that happened at Hope's Peak Academy? As I recall, the mastermind took their own life because the remaining students worked together to defeat her.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was. The killing school life ended up failing in the end. As a result, the 6 students who survived managed to escape from the academy.
Hey.
For a manga about the killing school life, it was drawn with a lot of silly images and dumb gags. Well, it was done by Monokuma. According to that, the mastermind behind the failed killing school life was Junko. The mastermind took her own life, which means Junko is dead. I don't know.
Like,
Turns out that killing school life was part of that whole biggest, with that incident. Junko took away the memories of former students of Hope's Peak and forced them to kill each other. Former students of Hope's Peak, and she took away their memories? It's just like us. Apparently the whole thing was being filmed by surveillance cameras and broadcast worldwide. Huh, there's a limit to being a cruel asshole. Their surveillance cameras were broadcasting the whole thing? The students of Hope's Peak are widely known as symbols of hope. By forcing people to watch these symbols of hope kill each other for the sake of survival, they were trying to fill everyone who watched the broadcast with despair all at once. That's messed up. But that messed up plan was stopped. Junko failed. Junko lost to the students she placed in her trap, and after being overcome by the despair she created, she took her own life. And then Junko is no more? No matter how horrible she was, there's no reason to fear someone who's dead. Whether Monokuma's story is true or not doesn't matter. Junko isn't alive anymore, then who is our enemy? If Junko is already dead, are the rest of the Ultimate Despairs behind this? Are the followers of Junko carrying out her will? It's the only thing I can think of. I mean, the killings we're involved in resemble that killing school life. Well, I don't know who the hell is imitating Junko and making us go through this, but an imitation is just that. An imitation.
No shit.
If the students from Hope's Peak Academy stop the real deal, there's no way we'll lose to some fake. But if this really is an imitation, are those surveillance cameras the same too? Cameras all over Jabberwock Island? Are they broadcasting to somewhere just like the surveillance cameras during the killing school life? Killing school life has been added. Ultimate Despair has been updated. Man, Hajime, you totally know how about that story, huh? What? Do you have a problem with that? Well, I really wanted you to read the manga version since I took the time to draw it.
What are you gonna do?
Oh, well, I'll just raise the flag. Flag? What do you mean raise the flag? What's going to happen if you do that?
Ooh,
One step at a time. You're getting closer to clearing my character route. You're not making sense again.
well now.
No, then I'll give you guys my all. I'll tell you everything I know, including information on the outside and the inside. I'll raise them flags like crazy.
Hey,
Killing school life is about how former students of Hope's Peak members taken away, of course, kill each other. Okay. Symbols of hope, survival, yep. Failure, it's no longer. Break out of this. This situation that we're at eerily resembles that life. Assuming that imitating. Okay. Resemble, yeah. It's all the same. What a surprise. You want to hear about the Ultimate Despairs again? No, I don't really need you to.
Hey,
Even though the group these days actually describe Junko. Alright. I'm just going to fast forward.
Phew.
There we go. Now get me the hell out of here. Okay. Huh? It changed to a different hallway again. It's so sudden. What's going on to make this something like this happen? No, I've already decided that I'm not going to be surprised. That's right. There's no time for me to be surprised by something like this. Okay. Looks like we're going to go into the music room and the school office. Let's see what we got here. What's up, Akane? The Monokuma lab is in front of us too. That's blocked off though. She's got her I'm thinking of shit face. Kane's twitching her nose like a beast and examining her surroundings. Hey, what happened?
Based on my gut feeling.
Well, you know, it's just my gut, but I feel like someone's getting closer. Huh? What do you mean? Who?
So,
I don't know. It's just my gut after all.
It's just my gut.
Yes. Minimaru. But still, her gut is pretty impressive. For some reason, it's strangely intuitive. Now, Monokuma did say something about the main cast coming. Surprising, but her gut must be correct again this time. Anybody else I can chat with here? Oh, I can't get into the data room. Woohoo! I got the poopies before the despair meter started clicking. Yeah, I think rooms we're eventually going to be able to go into are like this. Because that's how the doors were downstairs, and rooms we're not going to be able to go into are like this. So we're not going to get into the headmaster's office. There's too bad. Kyoko had the key to it. That's the music room. Okay. Looks like we're going to the music room first. I don't see anybody else around. I'm going to be pissed if this whole island thing is like a fucking digital virtual simulation and everybody's alive at the end. Like Total Recall type of thing. We're all sitting in fucking chairs. No, this is really real. This looks like the music room. I feel like I see something strange. Again, if you see a Monokuma and I don't, just shout it out. Like if it's hiding under a desk or something. I'm not seeing anything. Looks like it's some sort of monument. Why would there be a monument in a music room? And not just that, the mark engraved into the monument is a symbol of the Future Foundation, right? Below that symbol, there's a short passage engraved. To combat the tragedy, the graduates of Hope's Peak were among the many who established the Future Foundation. So they're all trying to tell us the Future Foundation, aka World Ender, are the bad guys, but the world they're trying to end is this world full of despair, so they're actually the good guys. Huh? The Future Foundation was established by the graduates of Hope's Peak? Aren't they known as World Ender? This is completely different. Again, World Ender could mean two things. They want the world just to end, just complete out end, or they want the world that we're currently living in to end. A world full of despair. Monokuma, he completely made it up. Future Foundation's been added. Oh. I thought that was part of the background. What's this? Words are floating in the air. This is like a hologram, right? The floating letters are forming a sentence. It looks like a passage from an email. Regarding the report we gave you the other day, we have obtained information. A person who claims to be a survivor of Hope's Peak. Upon further investigation, there are a total of 15 survivors. Not counting the traitor, Chiaki, girl number 2. There were 15 of us on that island. You may be wondering about the number of people at this time. If they're survivors of Hope's Peak, it's possible they may be targeted by ultimate despair. We believe we should acquire them and place them in our care as soon as possible. Though I don't believe the group can go far without Junko rallying them. In a worst case scenario, we must prevent a repeat of the killing school life. Also, if they are survivors of Hope's Peak, we should expect them to be quite valuable to us. However, we are still investigating the details of their origins, so we haven't located them either. Is that why we were whisked away from the school and put on Jabberwock Island? To hide us from World Ender? We will continue investigating this matter. Also, regarding a separate matter, we have received a report from the research facility on Jabberwock Island. Preparations have been completed. Seems we can proceed with the experimental phase of the Neo World program. Survivors of Hope's Peak? 15 students? Is that about us? Excluding Chiaki, who was part of the Future Foundation. There were definitely 15 of us, but what do survivors mean? It's like they're talking from some other world. Yoshi, welcome in. I'm glad to see you. Glad that you popped in. We're getting down to the end. What happened outside Jabberwock Island? If the tragic event is really true, then the world isn't normal anymore. Maybe. Now we're starting to sound like Chiaki. Maybe. Starting to feel like we might be better off not remembering the memories you lost. And again, that's exactly how it was for the folks from Killing School Life. Their memories were taken for a reason. The Academy Survivors has been added. Guess that's all the clues in this room. It's finally confirmed. The Future Foundation is on our side, at least. They were founded by the graduates of Hope's Peak, and they took us in to protect us. If that's true, Chiaki should have made it that clear to us. No, as long as Monokuma was around, she probably couldn't say anything carelessly. Monokuma. If he's the Future Foundation's enemy, then his true identity must be the ultimate despairs who caused the tragedy. The ones who are carrying out the will of Junko are making us go through this. Also, this caught my attention in the email too. What is this research facility on Jabberwock Island mentioned in the email? What's that about? The only Future Foundation facility we found was that ancient ruin. There's no way that's the research facility. If there really is a research facility on this island, there should be other Future Foundation members here. Somehow there's still so many mysteries. Okay. Look at what level we're at. Nice. My button wasn't working for a minute. You're a bit blown away by something shown at the E3 presentation for Ubi? What was it, Yoshi? Some new game news? Something good? Mario and Rabbids getting a sequel. I have not played it. Again, I'm not going to downplay it, but I've never played it before. So, oh, hi, Connie. How you doing? Nice to see you. Yeah, Teacher's Lounge. So, here's hoping it's a good game. Hey, what's up, Soda? This feels different from a classroom. It's probably the office, right? I mean, the room kind of has that stuffy teacher vibe to it. The office, huh? Now that you mention it, it does look like that. More importantly, have you seen Miss Sonia? I don't see her anywhere. How much longer is this guy going to be obsessed with Sonia? Give it up already. Okay. We have to look for Monokuma. Is any in here? This way. Oh, hi. Found you.
Huh? Are you serious?
Flowers. Got another hologram. at the blackboard. Let's see what this hologram says. Letters floating in the air like the music room. Looks like a passage from an email someone wrote. Think it's the same one from earlier. Guess I should read it. We understand this matter regarding the survivors. In order to safely acquire them, please do your best to and continue your investigation. I wonder if this is like an email from Chiaki to the Future Foundation. However, you must exercise extreme caution concerning the remnants of despair. Even though they have lost Junko, the fact remains that they are incredibly dangerous. Even after her death, the tragedy has not ended. Perhaps there is still a leader on par with Junko. Is that who's controlling Monokuma? As long as we do nothing about the remnants of despair, we will not be able to end this incident. For this reason, the remnants must be immediately eliminated once they are discovered. Everything is for the sake of a shining future. Immediately eliminated? Does that mean this is an order to kill them? Doesn't sound peaceful at all. Well, I guess it's understandable. If the tragic event is as terrible as it sounds, it's pretty much all-out war. If the remnants are the ones waging that war, there's no way they'd be forgiven that easily. Remnants has been added. There's something written on the blackboard. What's written here? It says list of subjects. I can see... Why is Hiyoko the only one that has a picture there? That's I'm looking at the big screen. You can see the names there. Hiyoko, Hajime, Chiaki, Kazuichi, Akane, Sonia, Peko, Nagito, Gundam, the Ultimate Imposter. Obviously, we don't know who that is. Looks like Mahiru, Mikan, Kazuichi, Teru, Nekomaru, and probably Fuyuhiko. But look at that. I hope we'll be able to zoom in on it. But you should see that does not look like Hiyoko. Hiyoko looks like a teenager there, not the young kid that we saw on the island. There we go. Look at Hiyoko. Who did... She's old. Right, she's older here. Who were we talking with on the island? Right. What the fuck? List of subjects is written on the blackboard in large letters. Just below that are names I've seen before. Look at her. Look at how old she looks. But wait a minute. If you look at her face, she almost looks like Chiaki. There's a I'm leaving it like this for a bit. There's a newspaper posted on the blackboard. Below that, Hiyoko Seonji is written there. What is this newspaper? That looks like Chiaki. What is this? Miss Hiyoko Seonji. This can't mean the same Hiyoko, right? I mean, the Hiyoko we knew was her. She was much smaller and looked more childlike. It was pretty much her defining feature. But the photo in this newspaper, in a way I can see the resemblance to Hiyoko, but her height and figure, it's too different from the Hiyoko we knew. What does it all mean? Huh? This lady looks pretty mature. Is she Hiyoko's older sister or something? No, it says Hiyoko right here. Look at Soda's face. Oh, then Hiyoko has an older sister with the same first and last name. No, Soda. No. An older sister with the same first and last name?
I mean,
It's the only explanation, right? I mean, look at it for yourself. That's not Hiyoko. But did you ever hear her mention an older sister? Older sister?
man.
Well, it's not like I was that close to her or anything.
Wrong.
She doesn't have an older sister. Hiyoko is the Saionji family's only daughter. Alright, Monokuma, then who is the Hiyoko that we saw? If she doesn't have a sister, then a relative? No, there's still too much of a resemblance.
What are you saying?
That's Hiyoko. Huh?
Of course not.
What are you saying? Hiyoko doesn't have a curvy body like this. I mean, she was famous for her childlike figure. She got away with all kinds of crap for looking like that.
Well,
I don't know what to tell you. Maybe she had a growth spurt. What are you saying? She's already dead. There's no way she could have had a growth spurt.
today I'm feeling white.
Well, regardless, all the clues I've provided are true. See, this is what's leading me to believe this is like a simulation. This makes me think that we're all like in Total Recall. We're all in the chairs. We're all in like a dream state. None of this ever happened. That was my thought at the end of Danganronpa 1. That all the killing game and everything that happened was just a dream by Makoto. I wonder if that's this one. I wonder if this is the dream and we're all at the ancient ruin on Jabberwock Island. Like Maruki Worlds. If they weren't, it wouldn't be fair.
What's going on?
The heck? This is the truth? If this is the truth, then the Hiyoko in this newspaper... Look at her. Is he really saying this is the same person? It's impossible. I mean, how can there be a photo of a grown-up Hiyoko when she's already dead? Why does this even exist?
Hey,
Could it be related to that list of subjects over there? Huh?
this is bad.
If it says subjects, maybe it means there was some kind of experiment, right? Did that experiment change Hiyoko's body? Oh, what am I saying? Just saying it out loud makes it sound messed up. What experiment? If it's some kind of experiment, it would mean that we're also test subjects, right? I mean, our names are also written on the blackboard under that list of subjects. But what kind of experiment was it?
What's going on?
What's going on? Better not have anything to do with the time travel. This is subjects has been added. Do I have to go back to the newspaper? We already saw this, though. Is this really Hiyoko? The Hiyoko I know? Yeah. Much smaller, childlike. We saw this already. Photo newspaper. Yeah. All clues. If all the clues are true, then this Hiyoko really is the same person, right? Let's look at Hiyoko in the report card. Okay. Then what in the world happened to Hiyoko and us? Is that list of subjects the key to figuring that out? If it says subjects, that might mean there was some kind of experiment. That experiment has something to do with changing her body? If all the names on the blackboard are test subjects, that would include us too, right? But what kind of experiment was it? Nope, it didn't change. She was 4'2", weighed 68 pounds. Again, she looks more like Chiaki. 5'2". Yep, March 9th. What looks suspicious? Dude here? Does it show the date? I didn't see one, Jago, no. An extremely overwhelming portrait is hanging on a wall. I feel like I've seen it before, but the name etched into the placard says... Hope's Peak Academy founder, Izuru Kamukura. That's the fucking dude that went and murdered everybody. The founder of Hope's Peak and this name. Doesn't this clearly contradict the information I obtained earlier? Damn it, another mystery. Academy founder. Okay, with this, you've totally raised all the flags on this floor. Congratulations, Hajime. You shall now go on to the next stage. Next stage. Yep. Izuru Kamukura. The ultimate hope. And the placard says the Hope's Peak Academy founder, Izuru Kamukura. This is getting weirder by the second. Damn it, not again. The hallway is different from the last time. I guess when the flag Monokuma mentioned is raised, I moved to a different hallway than the last. But how can he do that? Again, this is all a simulation. The further down we go, the more glitched it gets. No, now's not the time to be confused by that. Thinking about it's just going to waste my energy. The only gray room here is the rec room. I wonder how many people, when they actually played this, thought their system was just completely fucking up. Because obviously all the glitching and all that, that's part of the game. I wonder how many people thought shit was just screwing up. You know you watched one person who thought that, Yoshi? Yeah. Again, I figured it had to be the game because my computer is just way too new. But again, I thought those that watched my playthrough of... That's the art room. Those that watched my playthrough of Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc, which by the way is on my YouTube channel. Here, let me throw those in chat. There's a link to my Twitter and Discord if you want to join them and follow me there, or just watch my other VODs on YouTube. I was going to make new banners today for my Twitch channel, and I got too invested in the lava guys playing Persona 5 Royal, or trying to play Persona 5 Royal. But yeah, my full playthrough of Trigger Happy Havoc is over on my YouTube channel. That's not right. Why are you floating like that? This is getting creepy now. Oh, whoa, there's more. This is like a haunted house. Anybody to chat with up here? Is Safumi getting dragged away by Robo Justice again? The only room we can go in is the rec room. There it is. There's a billiard. The billiard table is floating. Alright, when did this become a Phasmophobia stream? There's a billiard table, a dartboard, and a shelf lined with magazines. It's hard to think a room like this actually exists inside a school. There it is. The infamous bench. Actually, everything in here is floating. Or just about everything. Here's the infamous sofa where we lost our girl. We lost our Sakura. It's a nice firm looking leather sofa. It looks like it'd be comfortable for anyone to sleep on. Here's the locker that Genocide Jill Toko hid in. The chess pieces. The magazine rack. A lot of different magazines here. Fashion, motorcycles, martial arts, sports, computer, travel. It's even a magazine about cameras. My hero would have been happy to see this. There's a dartboard, but this is still a school, right? Or did Monokuma just randomly make up this place? No, it's a school. Oh, there's another hologram. Hopeful Peak. What's this hologram say? This hologram again. What's this one say? I just said that. Looks like another email. Regarding the report we gave you the other day, we have finally succeeded in acquiring them and have placed them in our care. Though they were all dispersed, we were successful in acquiring all 15 of them. Due to the fact that we are unable to ask them about specific details, it is unknown how they managed to survive the tragedy. It's been reported that some are wounded, so it seems certain that they survived under harsh conditions. Over the course of our detailed investigation, we determined that they are the same age as the others. So we have decided to entrust them to the survivors of the killing school life. So, were we entrusted to Makoto and Kyoko and Kuya and Toko and Hiro and Hina? As for the remnants of despair, there are still no solid leads regarding this matter. We have no new information to report. We will continue with the investigation. Once they are discovered, we shall eliminate them immediately. Everything is for the sake of a future filled with hope. Remnants of Despair has been updated. Academy Survivors has been updated. It says here that they succeeded in acquiring them and have placed them in our care. That means we should have been protected by the Future Foundation, right? Then why is this happening? If the Future Foundation was protecting us, why were we forced to kill each other on this island? Well, I guess it's not possible that the Future Foundation set this all up.
What's this?
Mine? My, Hajime. If you keep worrying like that, you're going to get a toothache and collapse. It's your fault. What is this hologram thing anyway?
Hey,
It's exactly what it looks like. These are the Future Foundation's emails. Thought they made the perfect clue, so I did a little bit of hacking here and there to get them. You can even do that? Whoever's controlling you seems to possess many talents.
no.
Well, who cares about me anyway? That's not important at all. There's no way that's not important. It was in the first game. His true identity should connect everything to what's happening right now. Alright, what's this? It's a file. It's a file with Hope Peak Academy seal on it. It says confidential file on the top. That means it's a big secret, right? Why would an important document be here? Why am I even going to ask you a question like that? Obviously, Monokuma's responsible. Anyway, need to confirm what's inside the file. About the Hope Cultivation Plan. For many years, Hope's Peak has conducted rigorous research into various talents. The Hope Cultivation Plan seeks to use the fruits of our labor to further our true goal. With our hands, we will birth a true hope that will bring hope to the entire world. Truly, the program is the next innovation in providing the ultimate education. I want to say we heard something about this in the first one. This cultivation plan. This plan has been the Academy's wish since its foundation, so we must succeed at all costs. What followed was a series of detailed instructions and intricate orders. It was full of difficult technical terms. I had no idea what any of them meant. However, the word true hope left a strong impression on my mind for some reason. The Hope Cultivation Plan was created for the sake of birthing true hope. Hope's Peak was behind something like that. I don't really get it, but there's something about these words. True hope, huh? The Hope Cultivation Plan has been added. Alright, I'm done here. Second floor. Looks like I'm in a different hallway again. I'm pretty much used to it by now, but even so. What is this space? Am I dreaming or something? I mean, this is just totally disconnected from reality. That's the floor. That's the ceiling. Kill command 8-bit. I don't remember the original kill command, let alone the 8-bit one. Alright, where am I going? Looks like I can only go to the classroom and the library. It actually has do not enter signs on it now. No, this way, fool. Akane, you feeling alright? How you holding up there? You look a little funny. Yeah. Akane.exe is definitely broken. I want to go for a swim. I wonder if we're actually going to have the trial here. Or are we going to go back to Jabberwock Island and do it on Monokuma Rock? How you doing, Akane? Your boobs look weird like that. It's close. It's very close. Someone is coming. Akane's twitching her nose and examining her surroundings.
Based on my gut feeling.
They're definitely real close. At least that's what my gut is telling me. Then answer this with your gut. Is it an enemy or an ally? Let's see. My gut feeling is they're both. Mini Maru. He's right. They're both. Both? What do you mean?
You.
I don't know any details. It's just my gut after all. Well, that's true, I guess. She is glitching the fuck out. Alright. We can only go to the library and the classroom. Which one are we going to first? Looks like the library. Anybody else here? Yeah, I don't remember where kill command was from. It's not as glitchy down here. We're still upside down. Alright. Looks like we're going to the library. Hey, Kuya. Did you leave your extension cord here? Can we get into that special room again? Where we learned about Genocide Jill? Well, the library's right side up. Must be a library. Monokuma probably left something here too. We should hurry up and find it. Kill command was the music we listened to in this investigation, and okay. Thank you, dear. Any more Monokumas? Anything? Anything? Just a hologram? This hologram again. Must be another one of the emails. Should read it. No doubt it's another clue. To Future Foundation 14th Division. Makoto Naegi. And now we flash to the old cool stuff. The ground is showing an equation? Damn it. I hope I can go back to it. Where are you guys? What are you doing right now? What you're doing is a serious act of treason. Do you understand? Why are you protecting the remnants of despair? It should be abundantly clear to you how dangerous it is to keep these people alive. Stay calm and think about this carefully. You guys are being lied to. Think carefully about what's important to bring the light of hope to the world. The 6 of you joined the Future Foundation because you agreed with our ideals, right? This has got to be the 6 of us that escaped the first game. They must be 14th Division. The Future Foundation rescued you from the tragedy you survived and cooperated with recovering your memories. Immediately return the remnants of despair to our headquarters. Unless we eliminate them, the tragedy will never end. Everything is for the sake of a future filled with hope. What does it all mean? This email suggests that someone was trying to let the remnants of despair escape. This email is addressed to Makoto Naegi. But he's with the Future Foundation, right? Then why was he trying to protect the remnants? Did he betray the Future Foundation? Email to Makoto. Remnants has been updated. Okay, I see what you're talking about. Logarithm quote, or logarithm thing. Wow, that's a lot of popies. Yay, algebra. Algebra I liked. I didn't mind algebra. Whoa. That's different. It's the laundry room. Huh? Didn't I walk into a classroom? I don't really get it, but this looks like the laundry room. This is the laundry room for the dorms. No use worrying about it, but I was in a school and now I'm suddenly in a laundry room. Looks like the floor is showing the same formula. Those look like Akane shorts. Hey there, you sneaky little bastard, trying to blend in.
No.
Yeah, looks like Hina's shorts and swim trunks. Tablet PC and another book. What's this book? I want to select the book. Oh, that's the fashion magazine that has Junko on the cover. That's why we said she looked different, because when she was on the cover, she didn't have freckles. But when we met her, who was actually Mukuro Ikusaba, she had freckles. This looks like a tablet computer. Looks like the power's on too. Is this the next clue? Picked up the tablet and immediately started examining it. Neo World Program. I said that, Hajime. This word, Neo World. Seem to recall hearing it and seeing it a few times already. The Neo World Program has another name. World Ender. Oh. Psychotherapeutic Communication Simulator. Interesting. Simulator. That's a word that triggers me. We're in the simulation. We're in the Matrix. I don't do it right. The Neo World program is built with the most recent psychotherapy technology and administrative software. To develop the Neo World program, individuals such as the Ultimate Programmer, who took the red pill? Ultimate Programmer. Wasn't the Ultimate Programmer Chihiro? The Ultimate Neurologist and the Ultimate Therapist. We haven't met those. But I thought the Ultimate Programmer was Chihiro. I wonder, because Chihiro and Alter Ego saved us towards the end of the first one, I wonder if they were able to extract Alter Ego from the building's computer system and use him. But the Ultimate Neurologist and Ultimate Therapist we haven't met. We're among the many talented people whose research results were utilized. By mounting a device to the cranium, the Neo World program allows its subjects to experience a synthetic virtual world. I told you. Where it's all a computer simulation. I'm telling you, that's why Hiyoko looks older. In her computer simulation, she made herself younger, but in real life, she's older. Additionally, the Neo World program has another feature. It can replace memories formed in the real world with information contained in the synthetic virtual world. Therefore, it is possible to undo trauma sustained in the real world through the use of the virtual world. Interesting. However, this device is for psychotherapeutic purposes only. Any other use is expressly forbidden. And I think they're using us. I'm wondering if that's why when we were going back here, why Nagito was still alive, and why everybody else was still alive. Their simulation is dead, but they're really alive. Though it is highly effective in treating brainwashing, abusing the device risks total personality destruction. Thus, extreme care must be exercised when operating this program. Fake AI, huh? This reminds me of the Family Guy episode, Stewie kills Lois and Lois kills Stewie. It was all a computer simulation. What does it all mean, Jago? Does it mean my girl Makan is still alive? Slowly, everything around me turned black. Synthetic virtual world. Program. A feeling of emptiness, like everything is being tainted. You had to ruin it. You had to ruin it and mention that he was still alive. Tainted, giggity. A feeling of weakness, like the world is collapsing beneath my feet. Everything is starting to feel meaningless. At least so did... Again, you gotta rain on my parade. Makan is coming back. Mahiru's coming back. Pekko's coming back. And yes, Nagito. The desperate attempts, the sad goodbyes, the conflicts, the trust I felt until now. Chiaki. It's all disappearing until all I feel is despair. I love how they slowly spelled out despair. I screamed loudly as if I was confirming the sound of my own voice. There's no way I can accept this. I'm starting to accept that. This There's no way something as crazy as this actually exists.
Nice.
You gotta raise the flags more in order to clear my character route. Now then, despair is waiting for you. Impossible. This is impossible. It's all made up. Everything is all made up. Made up. Including me too? Neo World Program. The fuck?
Hiya.
Hey, how are you doing? Did you enjoy the killing school trip? By the way, do you guys remember the speech I made at the beginning? From this point on, I promise you a world that truly deserves to be called a game. Pooh! You guys are the only ones watching this who can save them. Fourth wall break. The end of the world is nigh. What you gonna do? What's gonna happen? Isn't it exciting? Isn't it heart-throbbing? Look forward to it. Whoa. Oh, Jesus. This hallway. When we first arrived here, I walked down this hallway from the classroom to get to the gym. I don't really see a resemblance, but... Nope, wrong one. Nope, not that one, this one. You're making an awful lot of poopy. Let me save. It's been a while since I saved. Alright, what rooms am I going in? I can go into the classroom and the Monokuma Red Door elevator. This is goddamn trippy. Yeah, because there's the gym. I'm going to have to wait till it fills in before I start walking. Because I'm not going to be able to navigate this. Oh, there's Sonia. Are you familiar with the placebo effect and the nocebo effect? Why, we are, Sonia. We discussed that in Persona 5 Royal with Dr. Takto Maruki. Huh? The placebo effect is when your health improves after taking a fake medicine that you believe is real. And the nocebo effect is the exact opposite. Which means as long as the human brain controls all other bodily functions, if the brain believes something is real, it will become real. Why would you bring that up all of a sudden? Sonia meet Maruki.
Oh my.
Huh? I'm not sure. I don't fully understand. The heck? Yep. We're going to go through the red door. But we can't do it yet. Oh, hi, Monokuma. Holy shit, he just glitched out. The moment you discover that the truth was a lie, all hope will disappear. Pooh. The truth that will leave the island? Is that the truth you're talking about? Oh, black and white. Okay. I forgot I could do this in a classroom. The only thing that isn't bullshit is this thing. What the hell does... Is this floating? That's impossible. There's no way something this big would be floating like this. Well, what in the world is it? And the moment I looked at that object, it's binary. Chihiro Fujisaki, the ultimate programmer. Yep, look. Top right. Fujisaki Chihiro. Age, star, height, star, weight, star. Not female. Welcome. Welcome to the Neo World program. A person? A floating person is talking to me. Who is it? No, is this even a person in the first place? I'm not quite a person. I'm simply an artificial intelligence program. I wonder if they couldn't get Chihiro's voice actress to come back for Danganronpa 2. And that's why this isn't voiced. It would make me happy if you called me Alter Ego. They did get Alter Ego off of the school's computer system. That is the name my master gave me when he created me. It can talk. But what are you? Alter Ego? Artificial intelligence program? Oh, wrong one. I was on that one. Error, node identifier. It's all in binary. I don't read binary. I am the master program behind the Neo World program. So they based the Neo World program off of Alter Ego. I'm responsible for creating and overseeing this world. However, only the observer has the authority to directly influence you guys. Yeah. I love how they put Chihiro's little movements too, like the fingers to his chin there. I can't actually exert much influence. In fact, my existence is one that you don't normally meet. So something tells me the 16 of us were in the Neo World program, and one of the remnants of despair is actually controlling it based on what Alter Ego just said. I'm sort of like an apartment manager or something. I may oversee the entire apartment building, but I lack the power to manage individual rooms. But the virus has infected everything I'm supposed to be managing. Virus? And because of that, this world I'm managing is acting very peculiar. Hold on. My brain can't follow what you're saying. Let me gather my thoughts first. Damn it, it's that feeling from earlier again. This floating, like my feet are hovering above the floor. It's like I can't feel my feet or the ground. Like I can't even believe in my own existence. Hey, you should know, right? Where is this place? Tell me, what is the Neo World program? The Neo World program has omitted the data collection procedure for shaping the entire world. As such, only the data we collected during the experimental stage is being utilized. Specifically, that means the data detailing Jabberwock Island, where this research facility is located. That is why the previous Jabberwock Island cityscape was restored. Alright, Jog, I'll be here. Ergo, if I'm to answer your question, where is this place? The answer would be mostly Jabberwock Island. Certain portions of it are different depending on the circumstances. For example, this school you're in It appears this base is entirely under the virus's influence. That's probably why I'm appearing before you too. However, even without the virus, these circumstances are a bit unnatural. It seems the launch was rushed, and because of that, there wasn't enough time to collect any data. I'm sorry, I don't really know the circumstances of the outside world. Aw, it's the sad Chihiro face. I keep wanting to say Chiaki. It's the sad Chihiro face. After all, I'm simply the overseer of the Neo World program. Most of its words, I understood what they meant, but I couldn't understand what was being said. There was no way for me to acknowledge that this is the truth. It would make much more sense if this was a fictional world. Wait, are you saying this world is a fictional world? I feel like I can't believe what's going on here. This missing sense of reality. All the mysteries, all the truths. They're all just fiction? Boom, when you find out the truth is a lie. Is that? Even so, I need to know. I need to know what this world is. Hey, can you tell me? What was the Neo World program used for in the first place? The Neo World program serves only one purpose. It is used to make the real world a splendid one. I guess you could say it's a program for creating hope. Program for creating hope? The entire game was fan fiction. But the fact that we're here and the fact that we don't have our memories, that's all the program's fault, right? Deleting memory is the first step towards replacing memory. Replacing memory data is one of the features of the Neo World program. With the installed memory control unit, it is possible to remove any time period you set it to. And from there, you upload the memories obtained in the virtual world. Removing memories of any time period you set it to. So Monokuma was right. We did lose our school memories. But why? Why us? Why were our school memories taken away? There's a reason for that, right? That is a mystery to me too. Booting the program on the survivors of Hope's Peak Academy while it's still in the experimental stage. I'm sure there was a very good reason. But unfortunately, I don't know what's happening in the outside world. I'm sorry. Are you saying we're lab rats? That's the only thing I can think of. It just sounds like we're lab rats. The Future Foundation did that to us? But they're trying to save the world, right? Or is the Future Foundation not our ally? I'm sorry I can't provide that much help. That sad Chihiro face hurts. If only I was more reliable. I wouldn't have lost my authority to a virus like this. All these new words make my head feel like it's about to burst. Can you tell me more about the Observer and that virus? Well, for this session, the Neo World program was programmed to house 15 people along with 2 monitors. 2 monitors? Yeah, they were disguised as a teacher and one of the students. So that is Chiaki and Monomi. Ow! Go. Go away now. Oh, that hurt. My cat jumped on my thigh and just drove her nails into my thigh. Oh. Again, normally she just jumps up, but this time she jumped up and grabbed on. Ooh. Oh, so anyway, the observers. Teacher and one of the students. So that had to be Monomi and Chiaki. They were intended to guide their participants in this way. By the way, the observer in the teacher role has been given the authority to influence you all. That's her magic stick. But the observer in the student role was not. They weren't given any special authority at all, so they'd seem the same as everyone else. What kind of authority does the teacher role have? As an example, the teacher creates the rules of this world and manages them. So something tells me that Monomi was the teacher and the observer, and Monokuma is the virus. If the teacher is properly managing the rules they've created, there is no risk of abuse. But because of the virus infecting everything, that has changed. It changed this world where violence shouldn't have existed in the first place. The Neo World program would have promised eternal peace. But just like the outside world, it becomes a world filled with violence and death. What is that virus? I don't really know the details behind its true identity, but that function is beyond my capabilities. No matter how much I try to stop it, it behaves as if it already knows what I'm attempting to do. Yep, Monomi got taken over by Monokuma, the virus. In the end, it stole the portion of my abilities which contained my authority to build the world. Hence how Monokuma was able to control and create the Mono Beasts, how it was able to create the Monokuma plushies. It was like it was a grandmaster chess player. This also brings to light the irony of when somebody loses the class trial, it says, game over. Because you're basically in a game simulator. I desperately tried to fight back so wouldn't have complete control. But even so, a portion of the world has been modified at its convenience. She's probably talking about Monokuma Rock in the funhouse. Oh yeah, fuck that funhouse. That sucked. Based on what she's saying, it's what she's saying, but it says not female. Based on what she's saying, it sounded like she's on the receiving end of a one-sided attack. But Alter Ego should be an impressive artificial intelligence that the Future Foundation created. I can tell that just by communicating with her. Which means this supposed virus is so smart that it surpasses this Alter Ego. If so, does that virus possess an artificial intelligence just like her? Damn it, what the heck? An artificial intelligence waging an attack against another one. That's so freaking irritating. But how did that virus infect the Neo World program? The Neo World program exists in isolation. It's impossible it was infected through a network. I'm fairly certain someone physically uploaded it. Physically? Perhaps someone secretly brought an external memory drive containing the virus into the facility. One of the remnants? And directly uploaded it into the main computer where the Neo World program is installed. Based on my calculations, that's most likely what happened. It was brought to the Future Foundation's facility? But the only person who could enter that facility is someone who was a member of the Future Foundation. Damn it, what am I thinking? Why am I assuming that what I just heard is the truth? Why am I assuming that everything is a lie? Observers has been added. Chiaki and Monomi. Neo World program has been updated. But it's true that the virus is powerful and that I'm completely overwhelmed by it. But I'm still able to defend the essential areas. So it has a limit too. A limit? If it took over an observer, then it has to follow the rules of an observer. Such as, in order to end the program and release everyone, I need to follow the correct procedure and...
Hey, come on now.
Oh, you bastard. So the 15 of us are in this this Neo World program simulator. And Monomi and Chiaki were sent in as observers. So nobody is really dead at the end of this one, is what I'm hoping. Okay, even if you're just a god in the machine, that's enough hints from you. If you're going to say something more, suppose that you exist between life and death. The death of yourself is inevitable. If so, it can be parallel to the deflection based on the definition of existence that constitutes the relationship. From there, the paradigm change results by being cut off rapidly and causes a situation where your own existence is unobservable and Monokuma is a virus, remember. Accelerates and crosses with the joint ownership of the world, and the situation from the context invites your death. Yeah, I got that. Hey! Yeah, we got that, Monokuma. We got that, Monokuma. We got that, Monokuma. We got that. Makoto! The heck? That is Makoto. I'm scared. What just happened? You're right there, aren't you? Someone is right there, right? Huh? Who are you? Are you different from the earlier one? Maybe he can't hear my voice from this side. I'm currently talking to the world through alter ego. Ever since you guys vanished into that space, the video's feedback has been pretty distorted. No, that's not Nagito, that's Makoto. But even so, we were forced to watch you this entire time. Huh? The things you guys were forced to do. We were forced to watch it. Forced to watch us? Yeah, I know. I really want to save you right away, but because of the virus's interference, I couldn't. Our orders are no longer being accepted, including shutdown requests. The Neo World program is beyond our control now. In that world, that person created an independent country that doesn't accept our outside interference. But Alter Ego created an opportunity for me to speak to you directly. If this means that's working, then it means that the person I need to talk to is right there. I hope. It looks like this guy can't even hear me or see me. Just who is this guy anyway? Is he our ally? I don't see any identifying information behind him. Since there's no time, I'm going to say what I need to say and believe you're there listening to me. But first, I should apologize to everyone. I know apologizing won't help, but we didn't imagine something like this would happen. We never expected such an atrocious virus was lurking inside the Neo World program. But that's entirely our fault. It's our responsibility for not realizing it until it was too late. But it's not just the virus either. I can't say for sure that the program didn't have any problems in the first place. To tell you the truth, I was unsure about whether or not to run the program on you guys. But this was the only way to save you all. I wanted to save you guys. Save us? What did you want to save us from? Why would this save us? You've already seen the password to enter the graduation exam ground, right? Yeah. Leon, upside down. You know, 11037? That's the number we found at Nezumi Castle. The door to the ancient ruin was supposed to open after you all finished gathering the hope fragments. From there, you guys were supposed to challenge the graduation exam. However, I prepared that password just in case something went wrong. Like I said earlier, I had my doubts that this program was perfect. Even if the chance was slim, I thought the observer might end up going rogue. That's the reason I left that password in a place where the teacher role would not be able to go. They programmed Monomi to be afraid of mice and put the password in a castle where there was known to be mice. I never thought Nagito, who saw it first, would erase that password. Anyway, I am also the person who set the password to that number. That number contains a secret. Someone close to me left me that number to save me when I was in a dilemma. The number was used on purpose by Makoto. Can you understand what I'm trying to say? I'm entrusting that will to you all. I've entrusted it to your future. But that person is trying to abuse the graduation exam. I'm sure they are going to crush you with despair using the graduation exam that's waiting for you. The final trial. But I want you guys to endure it without giving up on hope. I want you guys to withstand it until I get there. Because I have a secret to defeat them. Does that mean he has a secret plan to defeat Monokuma? In a worst case scenario where an observer who has the role of teacher goes rogue, I've prepared a hidden command to use at the graduation exam site. Ooh, a Trojan horse. My thigh still hurts. It's the 4 shutdown sequence. 4 shutdown sequence? Even a teacher's authority can't stop that command. It's a way to end this, and that you guys can choose on your own, independently of the observer. Which means even if they stole the teacher's authority, they shouldn't be able to stop it. Yeah, self-destruct. If you use that, you guys will win. Where's the cancellation button? Out of order? Fuck! Even in the future, nothing works. However, in order to start the 4 shutdown sequence, you need more than half the number of people. And in order to do that... Oh, we're glitching out again. I need to somehow get that number. Monokuma fucked us.
Say what?
What was that just now? Hey, Hajime. What was that weirdness just now? Nothing really. I see.
Anyway.
Oh, well, anyway, that's all the hints you're going to get. If that no-good artificial intelligence tells you any more useless stuff, I'm going to butt in again. Did Monokuma not notice what just happened? It's been a while since I've spoken at length, but it was important to talk to you. It was worth waiting a long time here. I love him. Again, he's still my favorite one from Trigger Happy. Hey, about that guy just now. There shouldn't be anything else for you to ask me. I see. It'd be bad if Monokuma overheard us. That means Monokuma doesn't know about the conversation I had with that guy just now. You guys have a weapon. A very powerful weapon. It all depends on how you guys use that weapon. The only thing I can do is prevent the virus's invasion with all my might so you guys can use that weapon. The rest is up to you all. Do your best. Do our best, huh? But what do we have to do our best at? Well, a class trial, of course. The mystery is getting solved. I'm finally starting to see the truth. But what are we supposed to do when that truth is really a lie? We know we're working towards a conclusion that nobody wants to hear. But still, do we really need to work hard and do our best? Is there really a reason to do our best? If everything was a lie, then isn't everything just meaningless? It's the same for the killings, too. Even though we had to experience something as painful as that, something as tragic as that, wouldn't all that be meaningless, too? When the world is flipped over and becomes so irrational? What am I supposed to do? 11037 has been added to the truth bullets. Interesting. Shutdown sequence has been added. Interesting. And there it is.
I'm getting tired of waiting. Shall we just plunge right in? It's time for the long-awaited graduation exam. Please enter the red door located on the first floor of Hopespeak Academy. See you soon.
A red door, huh? It's just a waste of time thinking about what this all means right now. For now, I need to finish this. I need to just focus on that. Yes, the infamous red door. A lot of poopies today. Before we do that, I'm going to save. And I'm going to go potty. So I'll be right back. I hit the wrong button. Let's see if we can finish this. He means this red door, right? Do I just have to go in here? If I do that, will this be finished? Oh boy. Wow. That looks completely different than I remember it. I love how it's all binary, all ones and zeros. I can't turn left or right. I can only look straight forward. Stay on target. Stay on target. Just reminds me of This reminds me of Star Wars. Stay away from the light! I can't even turn around. I can only look up and down. Oh, I can... I'm going backwards right now. Alright, I'm at the end. Alright, let's go. I'm running. This is so damn trippy. Stay away from the light! Clash trial ground. Huh? This place.
Yo,
Looks like everyone's here.
Damn right.
It seems that this is going to be the final place.
However,
This place is... Is this the trial field? Yeah, trial field. Yeah, we heard that before. We've been here before, right? Yeah, this should be the place that the door at the ancient ruins leads to.
Hey,
Huh. Seems pretty strange that we've been in that other building up until now.
damn it.
It's like we're dreaming or something. This is the dream, then this too is very...
welcome!
So you finally arrived. Congratulations. You guys are the first ones to ever beat this game. That's a lie. After stopping by Hope's Peak Academy, you finally come back to this place. To the graduation exam site within the ancient ruins of Jabberwock Island. You can give it a fancy name like graduation exam site, but it's no different than the trial ground from before.
Stupid fool.
From before! This trial field actually inspired the one from before, so in a way, this place is the original.
Hey, hey.
Who cares? This graduation exam means we can finally go home, right?
Of course!
If that's what you guys decide.
Huh?
And if we have to decide, what do we have to do?
Now then,
Ahem. Please take a look at the LCD touch panel built into your seats. Compared to the other trials, the rules are much simpler this time.
yes indeed!
There are two options. Graduate and repeat, right? You just have to choose one of them and press it. All of you will cast your vote, and whichever one has the majority will be considered your final decision. If you don't press either of them, it will be treated as an absence and will not be counted.
In other words,
Which means everyone who has died up until now will have their votes treated as absences. Okay. Then the result is based on our majority vote. Ahem. If graduate is chosen by a majority vote, from there, an event that's kind of like a graduation ceremony called the graduation program will begin. Even if we do the stupid majority vote, the result is already pretty damn obvious. Come on, let's move this along. We can press it now, right?
no!
You can't do that yet. I mean, your resolve hasn't firmed yet, right? You're willed to be swept away by society's harsh current.
Shut up!
Who the hell cares? I'm going to press it.
What's this?
My. Which of your orifices are you using to spew bile? To participate in the graduation program, you need my final say as your teacher, don't you? What? Does it mean it won't end with just a majority vote?
That's right!
After the vote, I'm going to judge every single one of you to see if it's okay for you to graduate or not. Oh, that's bullshit.
Damn it.
So even if we vote, you're saying we won't graduate unless you acknowledge it?
Well,
I'm terribly sorry for being rude earlier. Oh, now Soda's going to kiss ass.
No way!
But you don't have to worry. There's no way I won't acknowledge your graduations. This is merely a formality. I'm just doing it because that's how it has to be. He's doing it because that's how it has to be? Doesn't mean he can exert his will over everything. He too has a limit. Is this what Alter Ego was talking about?
Anyway,
Even if you don't want to do it, you guys still need to do it to solve the mystery. Afterward, you cast your majority votes. And from there, we move on to the graduation program. But why do we even have to go through something so dumb? Well, that is... You said you were waiting for the main cast, right? Which means you're just stalling for time, then. Who's the main cast? Oh, no need to worry about it. It has nothing to do with you guys.
That is...
There is no way it has nothing to do with us. We are the only ones who are involved, you know.
So annoying.
Doesn't matter if you're involved or not. You're just a bunch of chumps in the big picture. That's why it has nothing to do with you. Just perform your roles without complaining.
You pissed me off.
Hold on. What's with that chump comment?
I can't ignore that.
Not that it's important or anything, but make sure you turn off that toy.
I won't forgive you.
How dare you treat him like a toy?
What's this?
I did treat it like a toy. You got a problem with that? I created everything. You're actually picking a fight with me? I'm basically a god. Just how promising can you guys be? I guess this is just the nature of life. Fine then, before you die, sear my power into your memories. Oh, hello. I don't like where this is going. Fuck yeah, I'd like to save my progress. I got shit for skills this time. Okay. We're going to go over our truth bullets here so I know what the fuck I'm doing here. The Reserve Department. The department populated by Reserve Corps students who took general entrance exams in contrast to the main department, which recruited ultimate level students. Established to secure funds for Hope's Peak Academy. 2,357 students in the Reserve Department were infected by Junko's despair and committed mass suicide. There was only one survivor. It has to be Hajime. The tragedy of Hope's Peak. Hope's Peak Academy invested all their resources to create Izuru Kamukura, the ultimate hope. Izuru was later involved in an incident in which he brutally murdered 13 members of the student council. Despite the Academy's efforts to conceal this incident, a certain someone took advantage of this incident to provoke the dissatisfied Reserve Department students into rising against the Academy. The tragedy. This hopeless event was caused by a group known as Ultimate Despair, and was responsible for completely destroying Hope's Peak. Through their utter devotion to a certain person, they brainwashed the masses and filled countless people with despair. The Ultimate Despair, there she is. This term was adopted by the group responsible for causing the tragedy, but in actuality, it originally referred to a certain female high school student named Junko Inoshima. However, Junko killed herself at the climax of the Killing School life after she lost to the students of Hope's Peak. Killing School life. As part of the tragedy, Junko forced the students of Hope's Peak to kill each other, filmed their deeds with the school surveillance camera, and broadcast it to the entire world. According to the report from the Future Foundation, there are apparently 15 people who are known as the survivors of Hope's Peak. It seems that all 15 survivors were safely taken in by the Future Foundation. Remnants of Despair. Even after Junko Inoshima's death, an influential group known as the Remnants of Despair still exists. Unless they are stopped, the tragedy will never end. List of subjects. Everyone's names are written under this list of subjects. The list is written on a clipped newspaper article. The article was about a woman who looked like a fully grown version of Hyoko Saionji. The Academy's founder. The placard on the portrait hanging in the office said, Hope's Peak Academy founder Izuru Kamukura. The Hope Cultivation Plan. For many years, Hope's Peak Academy attempted to create true hope by consolidating the results of all their research. The email to Makoto Nagi. The Future Foundation 14th Division, Makoto Nagi. Where are you guys? What are you doing right now? What you're doing is a serious act of treason. Do you understand? Why are you protecting the remnants of despair? It should be abundantly clear to you how dangerous it is to keep these people alive. Let me find... Again. Are these remnants us, or are we the survivors? That would be one fucking hell of a plot twist. If the 15 of us, while being survivors of Hope's Peak, are also the remnants of despair. That would be one hell of a plot twist. Jago, that would be fucked up. It should be abundantly clear to you how dangerous it is to keep these people alive. Stay calm and think about this carefully. You guys are being lied to. Think carefully about what's important to bring the light of hope to the world. The 6 of you joined the Future Foundation because you agreed with our ideals, right? The Future Foundation rescued you from the tragedy you survived and helped you recover your memories. Okay. Wild theory. The 15 of us are the remnants of despair. The school memories taken away from us were our ideation or our blind following of Junko. That's what they were trying to remove. The Future Foundation tried to remove our passion for following Junko and being the remnants of despair. Tried to implant fresh stuff in us. That's why the Future Foundation is both our ally and our enemy. They're trying to help us, but they're trying to help us not be the remnants of despair. That's my theory. Future Foundation rescue you from the tragedy you survived and help you recover your memories. Immediately return the remnants of despair to our headquarters. Unless we eliminate them, the tragedy will never end. Everything is for the sake of a future filled with hope. The Neo World Program. Program created by the Future Foundation. That's something Nagito would do? Yes. It is entirely possible. It allows its subjects to experience a synthetic virtual world. It can replace memories formed in the real world with information contained in the synthetic virtual world. Again, the memories formed in the real world were us following Junko and being the ultimate despairs. And it's trying to replace memories formed in the real world by... That's why Monomi said that there's no violence, no littering. It tried to create a nice, peaceful world for us. Therefore, it is possible to undo trauma sustained in the real world through the use of the virtual world. It was a program for creating hope, but it became filled with death and violence after the virus infected it. In the Neo World program, 2 observers take on the role of teacher and student respectively. An enormous amount of authority is given to the teacher observer, including the power to create rules within the program, which Monomi did, or Usami at the time did when we got on the island. Those were the rules in the E-Handbook. 11037. The password to enter the ancient ruins. Even the teacher doesn't know it. For the person who set up this password, this number is very meaningful to them. Shutdown sequence. A special command that can be used during the graduation exam. If you use this, you can override the observer and forcibly escape from the Neo World program. Not even the teacher observer can prevent that. To combat the biggest, mostly, yeah, the Leon meaningful, right? He became meaningful in the end. But again, it wasn't because it was Leon. It was because of Sayaka trying to save Makoto. To combat the tragedy, the graduates of Hope's Peak were among the many who established the Future Foundation. A department, the Reserve Department. A department populated by Reserve Corps students who took general entrance exams in contrast to the main department, which recruited ultimate level students. Established to secure funds for Hope's Peak. Oh, nope, I'm back at the beginning. Okay. Yeah, see, because Monomi created the regulations here. Extreme violence is prohibited. Be considerate of each other. Littering is not allowed. The lead teacher cannot directly interfere with the students. An exception to this rule is made if any student violates a rule. And then the Monokuma regulations. Okay. I think we're done. Let's see how we do.
I did say I wanted you guys to know the outside world, but this is still a questionable starting topic. Let me ask you this. What is this world's true identity?
It's a fake world.
This world's true identity? What kind of question is that?
This world's true identity. If I answer this, it will be true. And that lie will become the truth. But there's no way I can leave it unanswered. The fuck? Already? Wow, these are quick! Oh, fuck that noise. Oh, shit.
This world. This Jabberwock Island we're on.
It's fake.
It's a virtual world that was inspired by the actual Jabberwock Island.
Hey!
So, this isn't the real world, but if you want, you can call it the game world. You get it? It's all just one big game.
To who?
Are you friggin' serious?
Don't fucking mess with me, you bastard! Did you have us all come here just to tell us bullshit? If this is a game, are my words being displayed in a text window right now?
The number of fourth wall breaks in this game was amazing.
That's stupid. There's no way that's even possible.
I know. The all-in-your-minds trope makes you feel such cruel despair. But who cares? I've revived all the suspense and mystery with just one line. 'Cause it's a game.
Then we were forced to kill each other.
'Cause it's a game.
A lot of crazy shit happened.
'Cause it's a game.
Really,
We're the
Monokuma?
only people here.
'Cause it's a game.
Monokuma's nonsensical abilities.
'Cause it's a game.
Don't fuck with me. That's not even possible.
I know you guys are pissed, but you were having fun too, right? A world where anything goes only exists in games. So just force yourself to accept it. This closed space, this game world, was the true stage of this killing school trip.
Just stop. There's no way. There's no way I'm gonna believe that.
Back in the day, people must have reacted the same way when they first saw the airplane take flight. But like wearing contact lenses, it'll stop feeling strange once you just get used to it.
Please do not compare reality to contact lenses.
I mean, if this really is a virtual world, what does that make us? You better not say we're fictional characters.
No, we're not fictional.
The Foundation created this world using a program called the Neo World Program. It's programmed to place the user in a virtual world by synchronizing directly with the user's brain.
See? There's all 15 of us.
Which means your body still exists in the real world.
And that's why Hiyoko looked like a kid here, but is an adult in real life because she felt
But
like a
right
kid.
now, you're completely submerged in the game world, as if you're dreaming or something. Simply put, you're, not aviators, but...
I mean, avatar, right? An existence created in the game as a copy of the user's real body.
But we're not just regular avatars, right?
Your avatars were constructed by removing a specific thing from your bodies in the real world.
What did you remove?
A specific thing that was removed. It's our school memories.
Let's see. What was removed from us was our school memories.
We're right.
We're avatars that were created from our memories from before we entered the academy?
Right. That's why none of us can remember what our school activity was.
So that's why we don't have our memories of our lives at Hope's Peak Academy?
Don't talk like that. Like we're made from memories of the past. Like we're avatars. Like this is a game world. How'd we end up talking about sci-fi crap? I'll never believe it.
Yes. I just wanted to show that one last time.
How many times do I have to tell you? It's not sci-fi, it's a game!
This world is a virtual reality created by a computer program. We can't proceed if we don't accept it. Is believing him really the only thing we can do? Jesus, how many bullets did they give me?
Is there any evidence that this is really a game world?
You are the evidence!
What does that mean?
Your avatar's made of memories from before you entered the school! But your actual bodies in the real world are different.
Okay.
You have no memories of your time living your school life. Your real bodies actually lived that life.
What game world? What avatar? I'm a human being with a real body!
This is a virtual world. We are avatars that were created for this world. I don't want to believe something like that, but we know we were there because of
This is really a game world?
You are the evidence.
right here.
What does that mean?
Your avatar's made of memories from before you entered the school. But your actual bodies in the real world are different. Though you have no memories of your time living your school life, your real bodies actually lived that.
That must be it.
Because we had that list and we had the picture.
Earlier, in the teacher's lounge, I found this strange newspaper clipping. There's a picture of Hyoko, but she looked more like an adult than the Hyoko we knew.
Like an adult? What does that mean?
Since we're avatars right now, we look exactly as we did before we entered the school.
I had no choice.
But in the real world, we've already lived out our school lives. Which means we've grown that much older. And among us, some aged so much we didn't recognize them.
And you were saying that happened to Hyoko?
It appears Hyoko had a growth spurt during the school year. Looks like the other shorty graduated for Yuhiko.
I can't believe that. You're just making shit up.
But if you guys only had memory loss, your body still should have grown during that time, right? So you should have felt your bodies go through growth spurts. But why didn't you guys recognize each other?
Because we did not know each other before we lost our memories.
Right. They only know each other because they went to school together. You take away those school memories, you take away their memory of remembering who each other were.
If we all met after we lost our school memories, it's no different than meeting each other for the first time. Since we didn't know each other before that, we wouldn't have noticed how much we've all grown.
No, hold on. If we didn't know each other before, and we wouldn't have known if we aged or not by looking at each other, then wouldn't he have noticed a difference? Pecco.
You're the only one! Hey, Fuyuhiko. You knew Pecco for a long time, right?
Yeah, now that you mention it. Seems weird. No, now that I think about it, it's definitely strange.
Strange? What is?
Our school memories. About how many days' worth were taken away.
As the creators of the Neo World program, only the Future Foundation would know the details, but around 2 or 3 years worth, I assume.
That long? Pecco and I have seen each other almost every single day of our lives. If we lost 2 years worth of memories, we would have noticed that we were older than we remembered.
So, does that mean our memory loss is another one of Monokuma's lies?
It wasn't a memory loss.
Refusal to accept your mutual memory loss is why you can't notice all the important parts.
Again, this has, again, like Total Recall, where we're in this little pod, but it also has like little bits of Paycheck with Ben Affleck and Uma Thurman, where Ben Affleck goes and works for like 2 years on a project and then has his memory erased on purpose. That's, I think, what happened here with the Future Foundation. They didn't erase everything. They erased the parts that pointed to us being the remnants of despair.
You've lost your memories. End of story. You guys are avatars who had their memories taken from them.
This is a virtual world, and we're virtual avatars. Are you saying we just have to accept that?
I can feel my heartbeat, and I know what I smell like. So what do you call these things I'm feeling? Are you saying these are all lies?
Just because it's a game doesn't mean everything was a lie. Have you heard that when you're hypnotized to believe you've been burned, a burn mark will really appear?
So if our brains believe something is real, it's no different than if it actually happened?
So points of area that were... What do you mean, points of area that were despair? Oh, in their head. Yes. Yes. It's like, again, if the Future Foundation didn't completely erase 2 to 3 years, they pinpointed certain events, pinpointed certain actions that would lead us to be the remnants of despair. And this thing here that Hajime said, this is like visual actualization or visual realization, something like that. Where you can actually trick your mind into doing something.
Now that you mention it, I did hear about a phenomenon quite similar to that. In a distant country, there was a certain experiment carried out on one of their prisoners. The prisoner was blindfolded, strapped to a bed, and had small wounds applied to his toes to drain his blood.
Chronicle who? Is that, again?
The prisoner was left alone in the experiment room. As
I thought that was shut that off.
dripping blood echoed throughout the room.
I don't know who Chronicle is, if that's from like a different game.
But in fact, his blood was not being drained. He was just forced to listen to the sound of dripping water, but he believed he was bleeding to death. However, in spite of that, the prisoner still died.
As expected of Miss Sonia, your knowledge of state-sanctioned
State-sanctioned
torture is
tortures.
amazing. If a lie is a believable lie, you're saying it might become the truth?
How many liars, again, pathological, chronic liars actually believe their lies. All of them. I can't remember who said it, but there was a quote, when the lie becomes truth, print the lie. Can't remember where that was from, but when the lie becomes truth, print the lie. It's possible, Jocko. Again, I'm just basing this off of my guesses. Only we have to finish. Yeah, again, that's my thinking, but unfortunately we have to wait to see the end of the game to see what happens.
We're really just connected to machines and stuff. And our consciousness was uploaded into here. So we genuinely believe that this game world was real.
Then the Jabberwock Island we've been living on.
Of course, that's also a virtual world.
And that's why the brochure was there, and it was inaccurate. Titty Typhoon. I missed that place.
That sea, that beach, the buildings, everything. It's all a virtual world created by the Neo World program. It's just like this space we're in right now.
Titty Typhoon. Remember? That's where Ibuki performed, and that's where Ibuki and Hiyoko were murdered.
What we see before us is a virtual environment created by the program. It looks real because our brains think it's real.
Yeah. That's why in the end, I love how it zooms out and it shows us like it was all just a creation. It shows us we're like nowhere. That's the truth. Everything disappeared and we're all just on a digital set now. The truth is, it was all a lie. That is this world's truth.
If everything's a lie, then what should we believe?
Who cares if it's a lie? Hey, what are you getting at? I mean, if this is really a game world, everything that happened here took place inside the game, right?
Then that must mean...
That's right. The killings we were forced to commit were part of some silly game.
Kuya, Bikan, Ibuki, Teru, Nagito, Kyoko, Gundam, Mahiru, Peko, Nekomaru, Chiaki, and Monomi.
Everyone who was killed should still be alive in the real world.
Oh yeah. Just because they died in the virtual world doesn't mean they died in real life.
Now, see, I was always told that, like, if you die in your dreams, you actually die in real life. That's why anybody, I know I've had dreams like this. You know, something like falling off a cliff. I can't remember if I've actually dreamt of falling off a cliff, but I think I've dreamt of like falling from high places, and before I hit the ground, I wake up.
So, you are saying everyone is still alive?
There's the ultimate hope.
Isn't that right, Monokuma? What's so funny?
If a lie is a believable lie, it might become the truth. That's what you said earlier, Fuyuhiko.
Don't tell me. You mean...
The Neo World program isn't just any game. It's next-gen software containing the ultimate reality. And speaking of that reality, if a player's avatar experiences death, their brains inside their actual bodies will stop functioning too.
That was my last hope, you son of a bitch and bear. That was my last hope that they were all still alive. But again, I said, I was told that if you die in your sleep, you actually die in real life. It's
What?
Then everyone who died.
It's not like their bodies are completely dead, so I can't say it's a true death, but that's why it's actually crueler instead. All that's left of them are empty husks.
I hope
Are
that's a
you
lie.
saying they will never awaken again?
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Thank you,
Well,
Fuyuhiko.
nobody's gonna appreciate a game where you don't die when you're supposed to, right?
What game? That's not what we risked our lives for.
If you want to be mad, please be mad at the Future Foundation. They're forcing you to play this game.
Future Foundation?
But again, I'm mad that they're not coming back. However, I should be mad that they were part of the Remnants of Despair.
People from the Future Foundation made us play this sick game? Everything was their doing?
They didn't make you play the game, the virus did.
Monomi and Chiaki were...
They betrayed the Future Foundation to protect us. And then we were taken out.
I see. So our real enemy is the Future Foundation.
No, I don't think so. Future Foundation is our real enemy? Is that it? Is that really it? Asking a lot of is that it? Is that really it?
The Neo World program was developed by the Future Foundation, right?
The ones who trapped us in here. It's all the Future Foundation's doing, right?
And the enemy is the Future Foundation. I mean, a group that would make a killing game. There's no way they're good
They didn't
guys.
make a killing game, though.
Then the Future Foundation is... truly an organization of evil.
They didn't make a killing game here.
The Neo World program was developed by the Future Foundation, right?
The ones who trapped us in here. It's all the Future Foundation's doing, right?
And the enemy is the Future Foundation. I mean, a group that would make a
It's not a killing game. The killing game is the virus. Because Monomi was...
Originally, in the world created by the Neo World program, a concept like violence never existed.
Right, because that was one of Monomi's rules. Violence against one of the others is not allowed.
Then why is there killing going on?
The virus that invaded this program is forcing us to kill each other.
Could it be that virus is...
You're right. Until Monokuma appeared, this island was giving off a really peaceful vibe.
Yep.
Yeah. It didn't get weird until Usami was remodeled as Monomi.
I love how Gundam is actually building a sandcastle. And his 4 Dark Devas of Destruction are living in it.
Monami, what sort of role did such a lost girl like her have in this world?
She was the observer.
Don't change the subject.
But that's also something we need to clear up. Monomi, or Usami's role, she was an observer. She was the teacher.
I see. She was the observer of the Neo World program. Isn't that right?
Jago, on the advice of counsel, I decline to answer.
That's right. She was an NPC that was assigned the role of observer.
NPC? What's that?
Non-player character. A character that's not controlled by a person. It's different from avatars like us.
Monami's existence was created entirely by the program, just to monitor the 15...
Oh, I know, Jago.
Please wait. Did
I know.
you just say 15 people?
I know you're joking, believe me.
We're 16 people in total.
He was
No.
probably excluding the other observer.
Huh? Another observer?
Future Foundation's other observer, Miss Chiaki.
I see. Aside from the 15 participants, there were 2 observers in the Neo World program. One of them was Monami, and the other one was...
Could it have been Chiaki?
Yeah, you're right.
You're saying Chiaki was an NPC?
So you're saying she was just a program? And she didn't actually exist in real life?
Then she wasn't human?
She didn't exist at all. Not human.
No, that's not it. Chiaki was really alive. Even if she was a virtual existence, she was really alive. Did you forget? She saved our lives, you know?
Don't get all mushy towards a game character.
Oh, too late.
Shut up!
Plus, she wasn't just a little game character. She was a lackey for the detestable World Ender.
Now that you mention it, you referred to the Future Foundation by that name before.
That just means it was all a bluff, right? So we think that the Future Foundation was our enemy.
Do not joke about the world ending.
No, there's no doubt that the Future Foundation is also World Ender. At least for those of us here.
For everyone who's here.
Hey, what do you mean, those of us here? Why are you lumping us with you?
Because we're all part of the ultimate despair.
Bluff.
Or the remnants of despair.
What exactly are you? Why don't you just show us your true self already?
What, you can't talk?
It is cowardly of you to just ignore us.
Before I reveal my true identity to you guys, it appears the main cast has finally arrived.
Huh?
Main cast.
Speaking of which, this guy is a member of World Ender.
What? World Ender?
The fuck? Makoto!
It's not the Future Foundation's fault. Rather, the fault lies with you guys.
All right, I was waiting for you, Makoto. You finally arrived.
Makoto?
My name is Makoto Naegi. Like you, I'm also a former student of Hope's Peak Academy. And right now, I'm a member of the Future Foundation.
You are from the Future Foundation?
Why did someone like you suddenly show up?
I got it. You came to save us, right? Then hurry up and save us! Hey, what happened?
I miss those faces. What is this? Is he acting a bit strange? This guy's attitude. It's as if he's being cautious of us.
Of course, I don't mind rescuing you guys. But before that, you all need to fully accept the situation you're in.
No, that's wrong. Situation we're in. Where's Yoshi when I need her?
Why do you
Just gotta
think
throw
the
that in
Future
chat.
Foundation decided to put you guys into the Neo World program?
Who cares? Hurry up and get us out of here!
The Neo World program has another name. The Hope Restoration Program.
Hope Restoration Program.
By now, you should understand your true identity.
Yep. We're the
Our true identities?
we're the remnants of despair.
Survivors of Hope's Peak Academy who were rescued by the Future Foundation?
Before you arrived here, Monokuma should have shown you guys some clues. Put them all together and try thinking about it.
Put it together and think. Fuck. I can't wait till these are over. Whoa, hello! Shit, that hurt. No! Oh, this one's gonna suck. All right, this is my first checkpoint. Who were the 15 survivors of Hope's Peak Academy? Hajime and the others. Oops. Oh, this is gonna suck. Oh, checkpoint. Oh, I knew I had to jump. Question 2. Who are the remnants of despair? Hajime and the others. Called it. I goddamn called it. Get out of the way, you two. Whew, saw that one. Couldn't move fast enough for that one. Get out of the way. Whoop! Oh, hell. No, I don't want to go on these. Yeah, fuck you. Oh, I have to take it. I have to take it in order to jump over it. Woohoo! I hate these. Where's my next checkpoint? Thank you. Why were Hajime and the others put in the to recover from despair? Well, that's why Makoto's here. What will happen if they escape? That's why Makoto's here. He has to make sure that we have recovered from our despair. He wants to make sure that we are not going to perpetuate the despair.
It's all coming together. Could it be the survivors of Hope's Peak Academy and the remnants of Ultimate Despair are...
Yes, both of those phrases refer to you guys. That's right. Not only are you guys the survivors of Hope's Peak Academy,
You're also survivors of ultimate despair.
That's
Ultimate despair?
that's why we are. That's why the Future Foundation is both ally and foe.
Don't be stupid.
in the beginning, we took in 15 of you as survivors of Hope's Peak Academy. But upon further investigation, we discovered an unbelievable truth. The 15 people we acquired were actually the horrifying remnants of despair.
That was us?
What is this ultimate despair?
I remember hearing that they're dangerous guys who are responsible for terrorism, coup d'etats, and wars. Yes, they are responsible for the tragedy and brought chaos into the world. Despair in human form, but utterly devoid of humanity. That's what you guys really are. The ultimate despairs don't care about principles or morals. They just spread despair everywhere they go.
Yeah.
They live solely to torment everything, to burn everything, to kill everything. We're part of a dangerous group like that?
Called it.
That's gotta be a lie.
That's right. There's no way. There's no way we're all ultimate despair.
Hajime's getting pissed.
Nagito probably did what he did because he managed to learn the unbelievable truth.
Nagito, why are you bringing him up all of a sudden?
He's the only one who knew this truth before you guys. It was a special prize for clearing the final dead room.
Was it that file that contained all our student profiles? But inside...
Unfortunately, there don't seem to be any details. Details? Details about our missing memories. Information about the time we spent at Hope's Peak. If it's not written in there, these profiles might have been written before we entered the academy.
No, it used to have profiles from after you entered the school, but Nagito destroyed them before you saw it.
Huh?
Why? Why do you know something like that?
Anyway, it's the absolute truth that the file had profiles about you guys after you entered the school. And after Nagito obtained the file and learned the truth, what did he try to do to you guys?
Blow us all up. Nagito learned the truth. What did he try to do to us? Are you telling us to answer that? Oh, you fucking killing me. Oops. No, I keep doing the wrong thing. Whew, that got close.
He tried to kill everyone except for the traitor.
That's right. After seeing the file, you learned that everyone, including him, was ultimate despair. And he tried to kill everyone except the traitor.
Did Nagito try to kill us because we were ultimate despair?
Yes, because of his love for hope and his hatred toward despair. I sort of understand that.
Yes, you do.
Don't mess with us. Why do we have to be treated like the bad guys?
There must be some kind of mistake. There's no way we're ultimate despair.
I don't need a twist like that.
It might seem unbelievable because you guys only have memories from before you entered the school. But it all happened at Hope's Peak Academy. You were tainted by ultimate despair because at Hope's Peak Academy, you were in contact with her.
Tainted. Giggity.
Her?
The true ultimate despair. Junko Enoshima. She strongly influenced you all during your time at the school. And that's why you became ultimate
Okay.
despair. In order to remove that influence, you've been placed into the Hope Restoration Program.
Is that why you took away our school memories?
The reason you're able to act like your normal selves is because you're within the Neo World program. But your true bodies in the real world are different. In the real world, you're part of a group that cruelly destroyed your family, friends, and even your own body.
Family, friends, and our own bodies. Aren't you exaggerating a bit?
An encounter you had, you get affected. Yep.
There's no way we do something like that.
Don't turn away from the truth.
Whoa. Is that why Nagito had Junko's hand? What was that just now? A memory? But that person, that was Nagito, right? Vision of Nagito has been added to the truth bullets. A memory of the past. Nagito's arm seems unnatural somehow. He mutilated his own body.
It appears you've remembered a little.
Huh?
Now, face what you've done. And from there, you will finally take your first steps on the path to hope.
We just got it, so I'm sure we got to use it. Yep, there it is. Of course, at the very end.
There's obviously some kind of mistake. There's no way we're ultimate despair.
Because you're all ultimate despair. You killed your friends and family. And you even destroyed your own bodies.
Whoops, I missed.
How can you say we did all that?
We're being tricked. We're being tricked by the Future Foundation.
No, I don't think so, Akane.
Doubt hope? How much despair is within you guys?
We're ultimate despair. That's not possible. I need to organize the information. If I organize it, I'll probably be able to... Yeah, it's division.
There's obviously some kind of mistake. There's no way we're ultimate despair.
Because you're all ultimate despair. You killed your friends and family. And you even destroyed your own body.
That must be it. That memory I felt was actually a memory from the real world. What Nagito did was... cut off his own arm and transplanted a woman's arm?
Not just any woman's arm. It was the late Junko Enoshima's arm. What did you say? He probably thought that by becoming one with Junko Enoshima, he could make her survive within it.
That's fucked up.
I don't get this at all.
The ultimate despairs defy understanding. They have no problem severing their own limbs.
You kidding me?
I am terribly sorry.
I do not feel so well. Where's the bathroom?
It's just a game anyway, so why don't you just let it out? I'm pretty sure a select few would demand that.
Oh my god.
It's too soon to feel sick. It's not even the worst thing the Ultimate Despairs have done. Some wasted away to skin and bones through continuous fasting in order to reach the despair of starvation. Others gave their own families to Junko just to perform killing experiments on them. Not just that. After Junko's death, they slaughtered countless people by forcing them to commit suicide. One person even implanted one of Junko's eyes into their own socket. Perhaps they wanted to see her despair? And not just that. Some even tried to have children with Junko's dead body.
Oh my fucking god. Holy fuck. Nani? That is fucked up. Necrophilia.
Just stop!
Whoa.
That's just a bullshit story. That's obviously bullshit! So you feel despair toward yourselves in the real world. I understand that feeling. But there's no need to worry. If you just advance toward the hope I provide, you'll definitely be safe.
Necrophilia. That is, if I remember correctly, that is having sex with a corpse. Here's the thing. They tried to have kids with her dead body, right? Nagito cut off her arm. One guy cut out her eye. What was left of her to have sex with? Right, Jago. No kid will come from that. However, you and I are not ultimate despairs. We have logic. Didn't Makoto say they are completely devoid of logic when it comes to Junko? They follow her blindly.
Save? You'll save us?
Of course. That's my purpose, after all. That's why the Neo World program was created, too.
You put us inside this program so that you can save us?
Essentially, your cohabitation inside the Neo World program was just a simulation. If we remove the memories of your time at Hope's Peak Academy, would it also remove your ultimate despair? So, you're saying this was like a test? I guess I can say that the test was a success. Even
True.
if it deviated greatly from the original plan of graduating after gathering the Hope fragments.
Right, because I couldn't gather... I gathered a handful of hope fragments. I just couldn't gather fucking skills.
Nevertheless, you guys were able to overcome your unexpected trials and make your way here. That's why all you need to do is choose graduate.
If we do that, we can get out of here?
However, if you graduate from here, your school memories will never return.
Huh?
If you choose to graduate, and the observer determines that there are no problems, you will complete the Hope Restoration program, and your avatar will be uploaded into your real body.
Uploaded?
It means by uploading our avatar's memories into our bodies, we're also forcibly erasing our past selves. That's why it's called the Hope Restoration Program. So that is the Neo World program.
Hey, what happens to the people whose avatars died? If an avatar that needs to be uploaded has been deleted, there's nothing we can do.
Oh, stop it, Makoto.
So you're saying they'll never wake up?
God damn it! Damn fucking shit!
Ahem. Please take a look at this flip book for a quick rundown of your options. In If you choose graduate, it'll transfer your in-game memories, but your school memories will be gone forever. Unfortunately, the people who have already died will not be able to wake up.
Just a thought. What will happen if we do not choose to graduate?
You'll just have to continue living your tropical life.
Hey, why you gotta ask something like that?
Well, even if we wake up in the real world, we are all rather messed up, right? If that is the case, then maybe staying on this island is...
What are you saying? Haven't we been working this hard just to escape from here?
Again, this is the twist, like in the first game. We were, those 16, well, 15 again. Those 15 people were working so hard to escape the school, only to realize that there was, like, nothing to escape to. Same thing here.
You don't have to force yourself to return to a painful reality. Let's just play this game forever and ever!
Don't be ridiculous. If I stay in this screwed up world any longer, I'm seriously gonna snap.
But still, is it really okay to sacrifice the others just to save ourselves?
You're asking that now? If we don't get out of here now, then what was everything we've done up till now even for?
You're right. You're right. We've been trying desperately to survive until we can finally leave this place. If we don't get out of here now, all the deaths we've endured will be in vain. I know this, but something's not right. How come Monokuma isn't trying to stop us? He's just going to stay quiet and overlook us getting out of this game world? Then everything Monokuma did would be pointless too. Not only that, is it really okay for us to believe him? Should we get out or... Yeah, no, we can't get out just yet.
I see.
Still more questions.
Wait. We have some time to decide?
So, a thought just occurred to me. Remember how our girl Makan said that there was one person who always treated her with respect and loved her, and Makan said that she was like number one? That was Junko. Didn't she say so? Damn it, I don't remember. She said something else about Junko too.
Did you get scared like Sonya?
No, it's not that. Don't you think this is a little strange?
Strange. You still don't understand? Normally, ultimate despairs like you guys would just be abandoned. But I'm telling you, I'm here to help. You should be thankful for how open-minded the Future Foundation is.
Makan was always covered in mutilation scars. I wonder if those are self-mutilation.
Makoto, what is happening?
Will you go play?
Just listen to the Future Foundation. The Future Foundation is the world's hope, you know?
I knew it. As I thought. There's something wrong with you.
I said I'm going to save you guys. Why aren't you listening to me?
Let's do what he says and get out of here.
There's something wrong.
I mean, the Future Foundation's the good guys, right?
And apparently, we are actually the bad guys.
It's fine to trust him, right? The Future Foundation is the world's hope. No one can defy the Future Foundation.
Somebody tried.
What's wrong? Did you say it's foolish to defy the Future Foundation?
He did it.
Then how do you explain your actions?
My actions?
I saw it. The email that the Future Foundation sent to you.
To the Future Foundation, 14th Division, Makoto Nagi. Where are you guys? What are you doing right now? Yeah, I read this twice. Protecting the remnants. Yeah, I'm fast forwarding through all this because we've already read it twice.
In that email, Makoto Naegi defied the Future Foundation to protect the remnants of despair. Which clearly contradicts what this person is saying.
Huh? Is that email for real? The Future Foundation tried to kill us?
Hold on! We'll deal with that later. Hey, Monokuma. Those clues we found were all real, right?
Yes!
And that's not the only contradiction. What this Makoto person is saying also contradicts what we've already been told. Essentially, I cannot guarantee that there are no issues with this program. To tell you the truth, I wasn't sure whether or not to run it, but the only way to save you, I wanted to protect you. To me, those words seem much more real. If so, the person in front of us is...
Tell me, Makoto Naegi, who are you?
Who is he? Simply put, he's Makoto Naegi, who's known for being a cutie patootie.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking...
You insolent fool! If you're saying he's not Makoto, then show me some proof!
Damn it, he's trying to interfere. Then, to prove whether that Makoto Nagi is real or not, I'm going to shove that in his face. Whoa! Panic talk action.
I can't hear you! Better luck next time! What do you want? Punishment is waiting for you! You're getting all riled up! What are you even talking about? Enough already! That's impossible!
I failed? Regardless of whether there's a punishment, doesn't matter. Games either get... Please select... Oh, of course.
Is it going to end here? Without seeing the truth or the future?
No, I have to retry. What was I doing wrong?
We will keep moving forward until the very end. Tell me, Makoto Naegi.
Who is he?
I'm not a...
You. I can't hear you. Better luck next time. What do you want? Punishment is waiting for you. You're getting all riled up. What are you even talking about? Enough already. That's impossible.
I'm just spamming A right now.
Sure about this? I'm not listening. Are you sure about this? What are you even talking about? I can't hear you. Better luck next time. What do you want? Punishment is waiting for you. You insolent fool! If you're saying he's not Makoto,
This is the end. Makoto Naegi, if that's who you really are, then tell me this. Why did you make the password to Nezumi Castle 11037?
What was that again?
You can't answer?
That's weird. did you find that out?
Who cares? So how about it? Can you even answer?
Oh man, I've been found out.
Found out. Then you're...
How disappointing! And I thought I was on the right track.
The fuck?
He disappeared? Hey! That guy disappeared!
Why are you surprised? It's a computer program, so anything's possible, right?
Then, that was just the work of Monokuma?
Aw, you found out I was faking! This is so embarrassing! I just wanna kill myself!
What are you doing? Why'd you show us a fake member of the Future Foundation?
That fake was trying to get us out to the real world. Then that's your plan? Is that where your trap is?
Man, they saw right through me! I may as well be invisible.
A trap? What kind of trap did you set?
Hey, if you know what's good for you, you better hurry the hell up and confess. I'll beat you half to death if you tell us now. But if you don't spit it out soon, I'm just gonna kill ya!
Just kill him right now! Then this nightmare can finally end!
She'd definitely be a powerful ally.
Violence is not allowed! This isn't that kind of game! It's a much smarter game, right?
What game? This game is already over!
This game is over? No! I'm not gonna let you finish yet! There's no way this can end before I've even transformed!
Huh?
Transform?
In the first...
Transformation is customary in a final boss battle, right? You know, like that one role-playing game? You know what game I'm talking about.
Final Fantasy.
Don't say it!
Now then, allow me to show you. I'll skip the second and third forms and go straight to my final form!
You better not be bluffing. I'm gonna beat the crap
This is
out
where
of you
Junko
before
came in
you're
the first
stepping
one.
out.
Monokuma going Super Saiyan again. What? I have a bad feeling about this. Like the inside of my brain is burning, sizzling. A really, really bad feeling.
Now then, make sure you burn this ginormous despair you're about to see into your memories! I'm gonna die!
It's actually kind of funny. Okay. Was not expecting that. That is just fucking freaky. I thought she was dead.
What? What's going on?
Am I hallucinating?
I know anything goes here, but this is clearly not fucking okay.
Thanks, Fuyiko.
I see. So that's your reaction to seeing an extra-large high school girl. But are they they really that big? Don't you think they're pretty small?
She's huge. She's way too huge.
Hmm? But the final boss in a certain action game is much bigger. You know, that game, Kniferella.
Said it anyway.
Oh, hi. Nice boobs.
I see, I see. An estimated bust size of 15 meters, huh? My boobs are hopelessly huge.
God damn it.
Hey, hey, want me to squish you in between them? Big boobs feel good, you know.
Okay, now that's four times. 3 with Akane and now once with Junko.
I get fucking crushed!
If this was a pandering fan service game full of pretty girls, there'd be a CG close-up of my cleavage. But too bad. This isn't a fan service game. Of course, since it's not an action game either. You won't even get to experience the refreshing sensation of battling an enormous final boss.
God, I hope not, because that sucked in the first one. Going against her in the bullet time battle.
So fucking hopeless.
This is Monokuma's true identity?
We have to deal with this thing?
I'm shocked you'd call me this thing. Oh, you're so mean.
Oh, that's a Fuya. That's a Hiyoko
Is it
face.
just me, or did her personality change?
I get easily bored of my personality. Like, I already got bored of my personality who gets easily bored. And that's when Fuyuhiko would say, "It's too damn soon to say you got bored, right?"
Wait, what?
I have plenty of data on you guys, so it's so easy for me to know what you're all thinking.
You are not bored at all.
I got bored of getting bored. Jeez. Even when I'm dead, I still get bored. This sucks.
So Junko, or her personality, is the virus. Even when you're dead, does that mean is this person's true identity? She's Junko.
I see. Are you Junko Enoshima?
Did you say Junko Enoshima? Isn't she dead?
Yes,
It's true. I did end up dying the last time.
the last time.
I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean to go so fast. I couldn't help it, you know? It was my first time.
The innuendo from this one statement. Oh my god.
Jeez, stupid. You're the one who made me go.
And why is someone who died here right now?
Do you guys know about an artificial intelligence called alter ego?
Yeah.
Exuberance! We are now an AI! We have transcended humanity!
What AI? Stop saying all this crazy bullshit.
So I'm thinking that the same way that Chihiro made himself an AI, an alter ego, Junko made herself an AI as well. Yeah, an AI
My
Junko.
personality is like this because I'm the type who dies easily, right? That's why I made my own AI program while I was still alive.
Yep.
And then someone uploaded me into this Neo World program.
That's a big old Junko.
And that's how Alter Ego Junko hopelessly appeared in front of you guys.
That's insane. No, that's Akane. This insane bitch is Junko. She's responsible for everything. The destruction of Hope's Peak Academy, the destruction of the world, Alter Despair. Very good, Jago. I like that. The one who took over the Neo World program and forced us to kill each other. It was all this bitch is doing. You know, just like it was in the first game. Even so, what am I supposed to do? Even if we know she's Junko Enoshima.
Don't get anxious and think stuff like, what can we do? I mean, we're all ultimate despair here. Each and every one of our classmates looked at us like we're a bunch of loogies on the side of the road.
Loogies.
So, let's all be friends. Hell no! Man, they hate me. And I was thinking of you guys when I tampered with the graduation program. But they still hate
She's
me.
got the Monomi mushrooms in her head. Huh?
Tampered with the graduation program?
Remember what that fake Makoto said earlier? About what happens to you when you graduate, right? I feel like you guys weren't getting a big enough reward for graduating. So, I decided to modify what happens so it's something exciting and unique. Just like a game.
Is it that bomb?
Uploading your game memories into your real bodies is fine, but letting your friends stay dead just sucks. That's why I decided to resurrect them.
Whoa, wait, what? What?
This is the new graduation program I'm offering.
Resurrect? Hey, are you serious? Can you really do that?
It was like real hard, you know? The graduation program is the core part of this game, so it was protected with a lot of encrypted codes. It took me a long time. I felt so much despair about how useless I am.
That's a new one.
One advantage of being an AI is that I got smarter with computers. Before that, every time a computer froze, I used to put it in the microwave and nuke it.
Show of hands, class. How long do you think it took for me to modify it?
Who cares about that? Are you serious when you say that everyone who died will come back to life?
Did you forget? You gotta answer questions to progress the story. That's the rule of this game, right?
More fourth wall breaks.
By the way, I'll give you a clue. You guys were always watching time slip away at a certain point.
Yeah, the bomb in Jabberwock Park.
Gonna tell us until we answer that.
We're completely at her mercy. But if we can't progress until we answer, we have no choice but to answer. How long it took for Junko to modify the graduation program? She said we were watching how long it took. If so, the certain place we were watching that was Jabberwock Park.
I see. The countdown at Jabberwock Park. That's the only place we can think of. That's the only place we consistently watch that has anything to do with time.
Then that countdown represented the time that was needed to modify the program.
How brilliantly wrong! You're totally wrong about that tricky timer.
Wrong? And what was it?
How should I put this? I was just goofing around.
Huh? I just said that, Hajime.
Isn't stuff you don't understand exciting even though you don't get it? It's kind of like superhero cosplayers or someone else's designs of alien life and stuff, right?
It was just for show?
In the end, it was meaningless. Does that fill you with despair? Like getting booted from a game server?
My
You know
God.
those murder mysteries where the culprit is really the detective who's investigating the murder? Well, I'm so over predictable crap like that. Just what did you expect at this stage of the game?
She's seriously messed up.
And yet you...
In a way, the countdown implied I was on a mission.
So the bomb was useless.
Never make up your own silly rules, like don't step off the white line when you cross the road. I was testing myself to see if I could get you guys into the graduation program before the timer reached 0.
Enough. Please stop.
Don't be so disappointed. It's totally true. I had a hard time manipulating the program.
your local emo boy. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You came at a very interesting time, as we're like end game of this game, but welcome in. Thank you for the follow.
While you guys were at the beach making wrinkly dog faces, I was working so hard on my own, you know?
Hey, enough of this pointless crap. Are you seriously going to resurrect everyone who died?
I'd like an answer
Like
to
I
that.
said, it's just a game after all.
Just a game.
Yeah, each and everything that happened in this world was just an event within the game.
Well, yeah.
There's no way anything that occurred in the game could affect the real world.
I don't know. I kind of believe the dying in game die in real life.
It's completely different from what you said before.
Right.
You said whether or not it's a lie. The moment you feel something is real, it becomes real.
The game where you throw my words back at me is over, so you don't really have to worry about it.
Fine. I won't worry about it.
Hey!
Who fucking cares about logic? As long as everyone who died comes back to life, that's good enough.
But if we do not understand the principles behind it, then we do not even know if it is really possible.
Tell him, Sonia.
Anything goes in this world. You've seen that happen so many times already, right?
Well, if a high school girl can get huge, then it's not crazy if the dead can come back to life, right?
Connie, I want to believe as much as you do.
That's how she tampered with a computer program. How are we supposed to respond to that?
That's right. That's why you should finish this game and go back to living a normal life in the real world.
If we go back, what do you get out of it? What benefit do you get by making us return to the real world? As long as we don't know what it is.
Man, so annoying. You're so petty. It's not like you're a housewife living on a tight budget. All I want is to put on this graduation performance in a more dramatic way. Well, if you doubt me, you don't have to go back. Is that what you want? Not to go back?
Oh, hold on a sec. We're obviously going to get out of here. If it'll bring our dead friends back, it's all we can do.
Of course! We've been working toward that goal for, like, forever!
Because we had that goal, we were able to endure those killings.
Plus everyone can go back together. So there's no reason to hesitate.
You are right.
There's always a catch, though.
There's no way we can choose to stay here after all we've been through.
Just as expected from the winners of this killing school trip, your will to live is truly ultimate. Wonderful! That's just more reason for you to execute your role as devices.
Huh? Devices?
Okay, now let's stop stalling for time with exposition and hurry up and do it. Now then, why don't you guys just go ahead and answer with the touch panel that's in front of you?
I wonder if he's desperate to get his eye back,
I'm gonna
too.
do it. I'm seriously gonna do it. If you don't hurry up, I'm seriously really gonna do it. You don't have to say, who are you talking to? It doesn't concern a chump like you, Hajime.
Huh?
Chump?
Chump?
Don't worry about it. Everything's gonna be over once we press this.
So, we just have to press graduate, right?
If we do that, we can go home, right?
I can go back. With this, I can finally go back to being a reserve corps student. He's right. With this, we can finally go back. This will be the end. And our friends who died will be saved. That's way beyond what we expected. Then it's safe to say that this is a good ending, right?
I got it! Don't press it! This is Junko's trap!
What
What the heck?
the hell?
The guy from earlier is back again.
It's not again. This time, it's the real one.
Real? I'm Makoto Naegi. Makoto Naegi of the Future Foundation.
This guy is the real Makoto Nagi? Then this is the guy I spoke to?
I'm sorry I'm late. I actually wanted to come rescue you sooner, but thanks to the virus infecting the Neo World program, I wasn't able to enter.
Just when the chumps are in a pinch, he's suddenly able to enter for reasons unknown. And thus, the main character gallantly appears. So cool! I'm drooling! So much!
Holy shit. I just had flashbacks of Genocide Jill.
Did you also time my arrival? No, it doesn't matter. I'm going to save everyone, and then I'm going to settle this between us once and for all.
I'm drooling! I can't stop my leak! How were you able to get here, Makoto? Since I used my tricks to hack into the program, he must have hacked in with his tricks too, right? That's also how you kept your memories, right? Even though you haven't aged a day, just like these guys.
If I hadn't, then I wouldn't have been able to save everyone.
Don't you understand? It doesn't matter how you got here. As long as you're here, you'll be treated like one of my students. Which means you must respect my authority.
I already know the risks of being here.
You always had such reckless hope. I love you so much that you disgust me.
Hey, just what do you mean by trap? What is Junko's trap?
It doesn't matter. We can finally end this, you know? If we get out of here, it'll all resolve itself peacefully. After all this, I can't let you get in the way. The fact that you guys are even thinking like that is Junko's trap. Huh? She's lying to you about your dead friends coming back to life.
God damn it, Makoto. Keep toying with my emotions.
Who do we trust?
If you knew Junko's true goal, you'd know she's lying.
You know her goal?
If her AI is trying so hard to get us to graduate, that must mean there's a fault in the Neo program and that we would revert to being the ultimate despairs when we got out of here. We would revert to being the residuals. That's why she is so hell-bent on us getting out of here.
Yeah. Junko's goal is to convert the Hope Restoration Program to the Despair Restoration Program.
The Despair Restoration Program?
As part of the graduation program, your avatar's memory and consciousness is uploaded into your real body. However, none of us expected that any of the avatars would get deleted. Junko has taken advantage of that opportunity. She intends to use her version of Alter Ego, the AI she stole my friend's skill to create, and upload herself into the bodies of everyone whose avatar was deleted.
So there's one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, not 5. No, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 10 Junkos out there.
Then everyone who died isn't gonna come back to life.
They're gonna be taken over by Junko?
What the fuck? Like the real world, once an avatar is deleted from this virtual world, it can't be recovered. It it's actually impossible to revive them.
That doesn't mean I was lying, you know? I just didn't make some things clear. And even if they're overwritten by my alter ego, it doesn't mean they'll be a completely different person. The data of everyone who died is stored within me, so I'm sure I can convincingly act out their personalities.
Don't mess with me.
In fact, I have a lot of data on Fuyuhiko, so I know some things that'll make you happy. I can play a version of Peko that's more to your liking than she ever was.
What are you sorry for, Jago?
Fucking mess with me!
Operation Junkify All Mankind begins here.
Junkify.
Putting my alter ego into everyone who died, I'm gonna take over the Future Foundation's headquarters. And then, eventually, there's gonna be a whole lot of me's all over the world.
If you've played another episode, Ultra Despair Girls, this reminds me of that, except in that game they're all Monokumas and not Junkos.
With this, my despair utopia, where you can despair as you please, Junko Land.
Junko Land.
That's Operation Junkify All Mankind in a nutshell. Oh yeah! Our dreams are expanding and
That messed up plan is your goal?
Then why didn't you just kill all of us? If you did, you could have taken over all of our bodies. Wouldn't that have been more convenient for you?
She couldn't.
Is that what you want me to do? Is it still too late to do that?
No. There's a reason Junko couldn't do that. That's why she made you guys kill each other.
Reason she wasn't able to do that. It's against the rules.
I see. I got it. It's because of the school trip's rules.
Even a monster like her has to follow the rules of the school trip?
Monokuma said that himself.
Junko usurped Usami's authority as an observer, and her role as your teacher.
However, according to the rules of the school trip, even Usami had to follow them. That's why when Junko took over her position, she had no choice but to follow the rules as well.
The lead teacher cannot directly interfere with the students.
So, the rules were protecting us?
Man, I was so annoyed. I had the authority to add rules, but no authority to delete rules. Oh well, even if I could have deleted rules, I was still busy with my whole taking over your bodies plan.
So you made us kill each other, because you couldn't kill us yourself.
Is that how you were able to increase the number of bodies you can take over?
Like I said, I personally didn't care about the outcome of the killings.
Just the people were dead.
How dare you look down on us?
She's.
Fuck with me. What about our lives?
You didn't care.
Chump change.
I won't forgive you. I will never, ever fucking forgive you!
So that's your trap. You tried to make us choose graduate, so you can take over everyone's body with the graduation program.
How can you be so cruel?
Because Junko Enoshima is the true ultimate despair. She doesn't yearn for any kind of future at all. She fills every person she meets with despair.
That's my Makoto. You understand me so well. For me, despair is not a goal or a set of principles, or a lifestyle, or even an instinct. It's what defines me as Junko Enoshima. It's just my characterization.
I want to know how she got away with being the ultimate fashionista for so long. but being the ultimate despair at the same time.
That's why I'm able to pursue despair with such purity.
So you're saying you only exist to fill people with despair?
Yeah.
For example, want to hear about a beautiful memory that even I, who gets bored easily, still remember fondly? Picture thousands of fools who are madly in love with me, dying one by one like insects doused with bug spray. And the best part is, they did it to themselves, you know?
Thousands of humans falling like dominoes. Oh, that memory is so beautiful. It made my brain melt.
Yeah, about that. Does that story have a happy ending?
Does for her. Could it be? She's talking about them? Yep. The Reserve Corps students.
I see. Are you talking about the Reserve Corps' mass suicide?
Yep. 2,000 students.
Oh, yeah. I totally forgot you're a survivor of the Reserve Corps. By the way, I'm so sorry for your loss.
Mass suicide? What's she talking about?
An incident where 2,357 people from the Reserve Corps all killed themselves. Junko probably made them do it.
2,357 people? That's an outrageous number.
You don't have to be that surprised. You all look like your parents, friends, and lovers all died at once. Oh, that was so rude of me. There's no way you guys even have meaningful relationships like that anymore. I mean, you're all ultimate despair. You guys have already eaten your fill of despair.
I do not really know what you are trying to say.
Junko robs the futures of everyone she interacts with. You ultimate despairs are among her many victims.
If someone like me is born, that means the world is yearning for despair.
That's wrong. The world isn't yearning for despair. That's the reason we can't let you escape.
But if you do that, you guys won't be able to return to the real world, right?
Huh? If we choose graduate to get out of here, the graduation program will activate, right?
But there's another way out of here.
What happens? Junko's alter ego will be uploaded into the bodies of the dead.
Does that mean we gotta stay here to keep her from getting out?
No, Makoto gave us another way out.
What the heck? Why does it have to be like that?
It's such a cruel fate for you guys. But it's awfully convenient for the Future Foundation. They'll be able to keep all the ultimate despairs, including me, trapped in this game forever.
Yes, the back door.
Wrong! That's not it!
But ultimate despair is hated worldwide, and their lives are no doubt targeted by the Future Foundation. Oh well, if you don't want to acknowledge that, I guess it just can't be helped. Can't be helped. LOL.
This is nothing to LOL about.
But it's so ironic. You came all the way here just to find out that graduating is the wrong choice. Even though you came all this way to win the game, even though you kept sacrificing your friends to win.
I like how they keep flashing by her phone and the expressions are changing, yet the huge fucking Junko is still in the background.
The goal you guys squirmed to reach was wrong all along. Isn't that just so fucking tragic?
Stop it!
It was all a mistake? Was this really just a mistake? Was it a mistake to think we're going home alive all along? What about the killing and the class trials? Was this just a meaningless killing game where the ultimate despairs killed each other off? This is just...
Don't give up yet.
Thank you, Makoto.
There is a way you guys can get out of here without letting Junko out.
No, there's no way such a convenient... There is? Really? Well, that's the first I've heard of it.
First she's heard of it. Then it's a way that even Junko doesn't know, right? The way to get out that she doesn't know about must be that.
I see. about the shutdown sequence?
Shutdown sequence? What is that?
It's a hidden command I set up in the Neo World program.
Hidden command?
Basically, I never believed the Neo World program was a perfect solution. There was always a possibility that Usami's hope might have made things even worse for you guys. So I prepared a way to shut down the program in case of emergencies.
As I recall, you said it was a command that not even the teacher can stop.
And that means even Junko can't stop it.
But he also said that you needed half the remaining people, so you need 8 people. Even if we include Makoto, we're still only 7.
Dear me, I have an unfortunate announcement to make, class. You cannot activate the shutdown.
Huh?
You know about it?
More importantly, do you know why? Do you know why you can't activate the shutdown?
The reason the shutdown seekers can't, not enough people.
I see. Because there's not enough people?
Pay attention, class. According to my information, in order to initiate the shutdown,
We had 8 people. Then Nagito killed himself. Alright, I'll do another one, Jago. Nagito killed himself, and then we sacrificed Chiaki. And that brought us down to 6. That is why Monokuma said at the time that there was just enough people now.
out of 15 people, more than half of them must press graduate and repeat at the same time. Am I correct?
However, out of 15 people, including Makoto, there are only 6 people here.
Even if you want to cheat, I won't let ya. The shutdown sequence won't activate unless it knows that different people initiated it.
So it's totally impossible.
You totally saw through that supposedly hidden command?
No need to worry. Even I knew we couldn't activate the shutdown.
You still came here when you knew we had no chance of winning?
It's not that we have no chance of winning. The only reason I'm here is because there is a chance.
Then try explaining it to us. What is this chance of winning of which you speak?
I love her big girl behind her fell.
What? I can't hear you. You gotta speak up since you're so puny.
I believe in them. I believe they will definitely come.
That's not something you need to take your time saying.
Kyoko!
Believe it. Try putting yourself in our shoes before you drag us into situations like this.
Kuya?
Kyoko! Byakuya! I knew you guys would come.
Kyoko, Byakuya.
We'd be better off leaving behind someone who jumps to conclusions without listening to our warnings.
I'm sorry.
Even though it took some time for 2 people to enter the program simultaneously,
That doesn't sound like Harlicker.
it appears we made it.
Hey, what's going on? Why are there more people again?
How exciting! I haven't seen these faces in ages. It's like opening your high school yearbook 10 years later.
I must say, now that I'm seeing her up close, she's much bigger than I remembered.
What? What kind of man isn't excited by big women? Once you gain some more experience, you'll understand. There's a lot of kinky things you can do with big girls.
Shut up.
Byakuya, you're alive! But you're so skinny now. I feel so bad for you.
You shut up too.
Are you Foundation?
Okay, he's back to normal now.
No, it's probably not just that.
Six of you joined the Future Fund. Yeah, Future. Yeah, I read this all already. Tragedy. If the Killing School life is referring to that.
You guys are the survivors of the Killing School life who previously defeated Junko, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. There's 3 of them here now?
The former heroes plunging themselves into the game world, ignoring all danger. Jeez, stupids! Making such a suicidal move. Did you really want to see me that badly?
It can't be helped. In order to stop you, that suicidal move was our only choice.
That sounds more like her.
There are 8 people now. We have enough to activate the shutdown sequence.
There's her baby. Their baby personality.
Why are you crying?
You guys showed up looking all cool and stuff, and now all the ultimate despairs. They'll be treated like even bigger chumps.
Chump, you said it again! Just ignore her. As long as we activate the shutdown sequence, it'll be the end of her in this messed up world.
Hey, can I ask you something? If we do shut down the program, what'll happen to us?
No need to worry. We won't let you get hurt.
It's not just that. We want a more detailed explanation.
If you shut down the Neo World program, everything within the program will be deleted. It will obviously delete Alter Ego Junko, along with your avatars here.
So you're saying we're going to be deleted too?
It doesn't mean you'll be deleted. The program will just finish without completing the graduation program.
What does that mean for us?
I am way over
Your
time here.
avatars will not upload, so you will revert to your original state before you entered the program.
So we'll be Ultimate Despairs again.
Is there a reason to tell them all that?
They have to know everything, or else they won't agree to do it.
Hold on a second. If we go back to our original selves before we entered the program,
If we're going to revert back, we'll revert to the Ultimate Despairs.
does that mean we'll go back to being Ultimate Despair?
That's right. Back to being hopelessly controlled by me. When you used to feel despair upon despair.
Bug.
No!
Are you fucking serious? Can't you do anything about it?
I understand your concern, but this is the only way to stop Junko.
It might be a painful decision, but I know you guys will be able to overcome it. That's why, in order to defeat despair, I want you guys to fight alongside us.
We still have to fight? I thought we finally reached the end.
No, it couldn't be that easy.
Don't worry. Once you get out, we will do our best to support you.
But I thought the Future Foundation wanted to kill every last Ultimate Despair.
Remnants of Despair must be immediately eliminated. Yeah, we saw that.
When you say support, do you mean I'll make sure you don't suffer when I kill you, or...?
Of course not. We would never allow that to happen.
It's gonna be alright. Your real bodies have just been brainwashed. That's why I'm pretty sure you'll quickly revert back to the state you're in right now.
Will you stop saying cheesy stuff like brainwashed? Washing your brain is like really nasty.
But still, even if our brainwashing is undone, the memories we've made up till now will be erased, right?
Does that mean we'll completely forget everything we did on this island? I don't want that.
It doesn't matter what you want. That's the reality. Every meaningless thing that happened here will vanish from your minds.
Meaningless? Vanish? Does that include her too? If we lose our memories of this world, we're also going to forget she ever existed, right? Yep, Chiaki. If that happens, does it really mean that she, an existence confined to this world, is really going to disappear? She risked her life to protect us, and we won't even remember she existed?
Memory's not all that'll go back to normal. If you've lost a limb, like Nagito, it'll still be gone when...
Please stop!
Going back to reality in that condition, that's like a bad joke.
You're not joking. That is your past. Nobody can escape their past.
We don't know anything about that past!
Hey, why did we become ultimate despair in the first place?
I asked the same thing in the real world, but nobody would give me an answer.
It seems my teachings were quite thorough. However, if you ask me...
People who cling to stuff like hope, talent, or admiration are truly the weakest.
Huh?
Guys who desperately want to reach the top. They don't think about what'll happen when they're pushed off. They're probably too concerned with having a really nice view while they condescend to others. Shoving off guys like that is so easy. I happen to know 17,082 ways to do that. The point is, the moment you cling to talent and hope, despair has already set in.
That's not even an explanation.
Then, what if you think about it like this? It turns out that you guys being ultimate despair was just part of the game world.
Okay, I need to hold on a second. Again, we're almost 5 hours into a stream, and I'm already over time. My hindquarters is getting a little sore, so I'm going to take a quick break. Thank you, Joggle, for that. Oh, wrong one. Thank you, Joggle, for that. I will do the hydrate now. I did do the stretch. And my name is Celestia Ludenberg. Welcome into the stream. Hope you're doing well today. Again, I take it by the username. You are familiar with the Danganronpa series. And again, we are just like very, very end game here. So welcome in.
And in truth, those guys from the Future Foundation might be part of the game world too. They're simply side characters of the game world whose role is to offer hopeless hope to you guys. Well, after saying all that, I don't even know what's real and what's a game anymore.
Are you kidding around?
Enough. My patience is wearing thin. Let's hurry and start the shutdown sequence already.
Before you do that, we gotta do some reviewing. When you guys activate the shutdown, you'll revert back to when you were known as Ultimate Despair.
You guys, those who died, Lord Junko. Return to despair. I love how they put the Monokuma Red Eye over Hajime. Empty shell of actual body, and then the AI Junko is erased.
And your dead friends will never be revived. And the embodiment of despair, aka me, will be erased, thereby preserving hope in the real world. Now then, will the hope of the Future Foundation win, or will my despair win?
I have a very, very bad feeling that we're going to have to do a fucking sword time battle with her.
Alright! Things are starting to heat up!
This isn't a game, you know.
Au contraire, this is a game. The game of hope and despair that started with your killing school life. That explains why these chumps who weren't around last time have been reduced to mere side characters.
You called us chumps again!
Because it's true! Most importantly, the killing school trip wasn't just for your sake.
Huh?
There was a more important goal there. The goal of luring a specific group of people. Ah, since now's a great time, why don't we make that the question?
It's the Future Foundation.
Question?
As long as we're in the game world, the rules say I gotta ask questions every now and then. So, question. Who did I lure and how did I do it? The hint is, I get bored easily, so the same outcome as the killing school life would be a pain in the ass. Okie dokie, let's all think about it together.
Same outcome as the killing school life. Do I just have to remember what occurred there? The people Junko lured and the method. Try connecting those dots. Should be an answer. Well, yeah, she obviously wanted to lure the Future Foundation, which worked. I hate these. Something tells me I have to get up there. See if I have to. It's my first checkpoint. Shit! I knew I had to jump over. There's my checkpoint. Whoops. Do I not have to jump over there this time? No, I do. Whoa. God damn it. I really hate these. Come on! Let's get close to the edge as I can. There we go. Alright, I'm going to keep going straight on there. Because I saw that meat up there. Who did Junko? Future Foundation. Jesus. Hope's Academy Headmaster. Whoops. I really can't wait till these are done. Give me another checkpoint. Thank you. Right before the fucking jumps. I hit that button. Really? It's hard to hit accelerate. Oh, come on. I almost had it too. It's hard to hit accelerate and jump at the same time. I'm going to die here. The mini games in this game were horrible. Come on, I'm hitting the jump button. I've only gone through one question already. This is why I'm still going. I want this game over with. I just want this game to end. That's why I'm still going. What bait? The killings. It's the only reason I'm still going with this game is because I want it to end. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I don't care right now. I'm probably going to have to redo this again. Another checkpoint. Give me another goddamn jump. No! Thank you. The Thank fucking Christ. I know we're going to have to do a fucking sword battle against her, and it's probably going to be the same as fucking Gundam. And I'm going to be so goddamn fucking pissed.
It's all coming together. Got it. You used the surveillance cameras. You were trying to lure the Future Foundation by showing them the footage you were recording, weren't you?
Erica showed up for the stream. Yeah, they're supposed to have sushi with her tonight. And I thought Cassandra Lee Morris was supposed to show up too.
The surveillance cameras? That's what they were being used for?
In the previous Killing School life, the surveillance camera footage was broadcast outside of the school. You used the cameras that were placed throughout the entire island for the same purpose.
Ding, ding, ding! I was broadcasting the Killing School trip live to every member of the Future Foundation.
The footage you recorded with the surveillance cameras was shown to the Future Foundation? What shall I do? I did a lot of disgraceful things in front of those cameras.
You sure did.
I will never be queen now. Please forget what you saw.
So you guys were watching us? Then why didn't you come rescue us earlier?
Don't worry about it, Chaco.
We tried to hack in many times, but the virus within the program blocked us at every turn.
Not only that, the Neo World program stopped accepting shutdown commands from the outside. As a last resort, we considered cutting power to the program, but
We didn't know what would happen to the subjects if we cut the power while the program was still running. There's no way we'd jeopardize your safety by taking such a gamble.
Even so, we kept trying over and over again, until it was finally possible for us to enter the program just a short time ago.
And you came all the way here when you knew it was a trap. I get it. You couldn't just leave them alone. If you saw people dying one by one with your own eyes by the same killing game you guys played, Hope dictates that you act all high and mighty and say, "Oh, I'm definitely gonna stop it this time, right?"
Hey, don't tell me that's the reason you made us go through all this.
Of course we made you do it for that reason. We orchestrated this game instead of killing you outright, solely to show it off to the Future Foundation.
We were forced to solve puzzles and riddles just so you could show it off to the Future Foundation?
That's why you guys are chumps. You're just the bait I used to catch a big fish called the Future Foundation. But it's not my fault, you know. This game is a fight between the Future Foundation and me. You guys were just instigators in the background.
We're just pawns.
But
Chumps.
you guys already knew that when you chose to play this game, right?
Just 1 second, please. That sounds as though we...
As though we wanted to come to this world of our own free will.
But that's precisely the truth.
Huh?
You guys chose to be instigators, and you were willingly taken into the Neo World program. To provide the opportunity I needed to push this battle between hope and despair into overtime.
That's a big Junko.
That's right. The reason the ultimate despairs began killing each other was set up by the group itself.
That's just your imagination.
That's a huge bitch.
Makoto totally fell for the trap. Oh, and now your face is filled with a lovely shade of despair.
Whoa, that despair is fucking obvious. You're here to rescue the assholes who set this up in the first place.
Don't go blaming us for this.
Thank you. It's all thanks to you guys. This time around, I might be able to fill these guys with despair.
We do not feel despair. Even if this was all a trap, we will never regret coming here.
And this is the only thing we could do to stop you. But nevertheless, it's all over. We will shut you down and end all of this.
You're pretty fucking desperate. Oh, that's pretty fucking obvious. If you don't initiate the shutdown, those future Foundation fuckwits are gonna be trapped here forever.
Trapped? Why would that happen?
Didn't I already explain it? You know, the graduation exam rules.
Two options: graduate and repeat. Right? Yeah. You have to choose one.
But that's not all, right? In order to pass the graduation exam, there was one more requirement.
You gotta let us go.
I see.
I gotta get some more of that heart back.
As I recall, we also need the teacher's final decision.
She could say no. You need my permission as your acting teacher, you know. We'll never just ignore your vote. Yep. Judge every single one. We won't graduate unless you acknowledge it. Yep.
Obviously, there's no way I'd let the members of the Future Foundation graduate. So if you can't activate the shutdown, the Foundation will enter the endless life of repeating the grade.
That's only if the shutdown sequence doesn't activate, right?
But that's impossible. Everyone here understands how dangerous it is to release you into the real world.
We know that. All too well. I mean, she's been bad-mouthing us this whole time.
Oh. Looks like you shouldn't have talked so much. Out of the mouth comes evil, so they say.
It's true that we fell for this trap, and that we run the risk of not being able to go back. But what's wrong with that? Thinking we back down because of something like that is a huge mistake.
That's why he's the ultimate hope.
That's my line. Thinking your little shutdown plan will succeed is a huge mistake.
Huh?
You're totally overestimating those chumps over there. There's no way they'll start the shutdown sequence.
Why not?
Look upon their faces. They look like piglets who were forced to watch their mom roasting on a spit. There's no fucking way they'll initiate the shutdown just to go back to being ultimate despair.
That is... well... Junko, I don't care what you say. I've decided to believe in everyone. It's true that they walked the wrong path before, but that's all in the past now. What I believe in is not their past, but their futures.
Wow.
I was totally waiting for a protagonist to blind like that. When I crush you with despair, such ecstasy.
That's genocide Jill all the way.
No matter what you do to me, I will never fall into despair.
Wrong. I'm not the one who's gonna make you fall into despair. That's the Mastermind's job, and they'll be appearing very soon.
Mastermind?
Mastermind? Someone else is coming?
That can't be. It's just a bluff.
You should never make the last character who appears in a detective story turn out to be the Mastermind. But I always fall into that pattern, so I was kind of worried about that.
Enough already. What are you talking about?
Oh well, let's bring him out with lots of energy. It's Mr. Izuru Kamakura!
Izuru Kamakura?
I've heard it before. Person was called the Ultimate Hope. Yeah, he was the headmaster. Or not the headmaster, the founder. Person was the founder.
I see. Izuru Kamakura. Isn't that the name of the founder of Hope's Peak Academy? It was written on the placard beneath the portrait of the Academy's founder.
Alright, hold on a second. I don't know if we're going to get to one, Jago.
That name. It was definitely Izuru Kamakura, right?
However, based on the information I know, the man known as Izuru Kamakura...
If I recall, he's a super genius who acquired many talents. He was even called the Ultimate Hope, right?
Hmm? Does the founder have the same name as that Ultimate Hope guy?
Is that kind of coincidence even possible?
The future foundation might know something, right?
How about it, Kyoto?
Even within Hope's Peak Academy, there's very little information about a person called Izuru Kamakura. It's a mystery if such a person ever really existed. And not just that, the matter was closed without ever being settled because of that incident.
If you do not know, then please allow me. Providing hopelessly skilled explanations is a quirk of mine. The reason Izuru's existence continues to be such a mystery is because the Academy hid it.
Why did the Academy hide his existence?
Because he was the perpetrator.
They're trying to protect their superior talent. They even called it mankind's hope, correct?
However, that prodigious student ended up killing 13 student council members at Hope's Peak Academy. Izuru is the killer responsible for Hope's Peak Academy's biggest, most awful event.
And you're the one who set it up, right?
Information about Izuru completely vanished after that incident.
We thought Junko and Ashima killed them? Oh, don't say such cruel things. Izuru Kamakura is very much alive. Isn't that right, Hajime?
Huh?
What? I am... what?
Like I said, you're Izuru Kamakura.
Huh?
Alrighty. If you don't understand, I'll explain it to you till you do understand.
Just like Hiyoko was a child in the game, but an adult in real life? Izuru is us. But we're probably an old man.
You're Izuru Kamakura, you're Izuru Kamakura, you're Izuru Kamakura, you're Izuru Kamakura, you're...
Hold on! Seriously, what are you talking about?
Liar! There's no way. There's no way Hajime is Izuru Kamakura!
Izuru is that ultimate hope, right? But Hajime is...
Sorry. I'm just hearing weird ass noises, and I wasn't sure if it was actually coming from my washing machine.
That's right. Hajime is one of those reserve course dropouts and has no talent whatsoever. But the fact that he's really Izuru Kamakura makes all this much more hopeless.
Okay.
Good news, Hajime! Even though you were mocked for being a reserve course student, he had a talent all along. Ultimate hope.
How can someone from the reserve course have such an amazing talent like that?
In order to hide Izuru's identity, was he hidden in the reserve course?
Then Hajime's name is fake?
There's no doubt I'm Hajime Hinata. I've always had that name ever since I was born.
Then Izuru is your fake name?
Hey, you weren't lying to us, right?
I do not want any more last-minute plot twists.
It's when they come.
Created hope? That might be Izuru.
I'm the ultimate hope? Then the current me and Izuru Kamakura are... What did the Hope Speak Academy do to me?
Good news, Hajime! Even though you were mocked for being a reserve
The Hope
course
Cultivation Plan.
he had a talent all along. Ultimate hope.
How can someone from the reserve course have such an amazing talent like that?
In order to hide Izuru's identity, was he hidden in the reserve course?
Then Hajime's name is fake?
There's no doubt I'm Hajime Hinata. I've always had that name ever since I was born.
Then Izuru is your fake name?
Hey, you weren't lying to us, right?
I do not want any more last-minute plot twists.
Could it be created hope? That must be it. Created hope. Are you talking about the Hope Cultivation Plan?
Hope Cultivation Plan. What is that?
A while back, I saw a file kept by the Future Foundation. For many years, Hope's Peak Academy was researching a breakthrough plan to cultivate personal talent.
It's true, it was a breakthrough plan. After all, it was a plan to create the perfect genius.
Create? For the longest time, the Hope Cultivation Plan was the earnest wish of Hope's Peak Academy. In fact, that's why the Academy was established. Part of that plan was researching the talents of Ultimates. Because the plan was so important, they adopted the name of the Academy's founder. And called it the Izuru Kamakura Project.
Izuru Kamakura Project?
Just a little while ago, they were finally able to reach the experimental stage of that plan. From there, they set their sights on the reserve course dropouts to use them as lab rats.
Why did they use the reserve course as lab rats?
Because they were just regular students and not
Plan to create
ultimates.
talent artificially requires test
subjects that are wholly lacking in
Yep.
talent. From that group of Reserve Corps students, the one who was finally chosen was... Hajime, who stands before you now.
Why me?
Because you admired Hope's Peak Academy more than anybody else.
Huh?
You still don't get it. You were used by the Academy. They exploited your feelings of admiration toward Hope and talent just to use you as a lab rat.
And we saw a little bit of that flashback.
See? Didn't I tell you? The moment you cling to talent and hope, despair has already set in.
Lies. That's definitely a lie.
After many surprises, Hajime Hinata was transformed into Izuru 1.0!
Did you say transformed?
What did they do to him?
Unless you're willing to go to extremes, it's impossible to change a normal person into a perfect genius. So naturally, they went to extremes. By directly interfering with his brain, Hope's Peak Academy transformed Hajime Hinata into a completely different person whose specialty is talent itself, known as Izuru Kamakura. Eventually, Izuru became an ultimate despair, thanks to me. But all I did to Izuru was simply break his spirit.
Jeez.
That's nothing compared to what Hope's Peak Academy did to him. Not even close. Seriously, it's scary how determined the researchers were to mess with the human brain that much. Doing such inhumane acts that nobody else is capable of with such a calm mind and a steady hand. I admire it so much, it makes my mind numb. By the way, you're just a simple avatar right now, so even if you touch your head, you won't feel the scar.
Did they really do something like that?
But if you think about it, if Hajime gets out of here, he's gonna be a super genius, right?
Like I said, he's not Hajime. He's a completely different person whose specialty is talent itself.
Different person?
Mm-hmm.
How is he different?
That's right, Chaco.
All the senses, emotions, thoughts, and hobbies that interfere with acquiring talent have been excised.
Huh?
All of his memories of the past have been forcefully suppressed into the darkest recesses of his mind.
Huh?
Emotions, thoughts, hobbies? He doesn't even have a memory?
It sounds like he is a completely different person.
So that's why it's so surprising that Hajime even exists here at all, even if he's just an avatar. The Neo World program must have dug up those memories and rebuilt his old personality from data from the past.
I cannot help but feel impressed that the Neo World program was able to accomplish such a feat.
But as for Hajime, he probably would have been better off if he stayed erased.
Then, when Hajime returns to his original state after the shutdown,
He'll disappear.
Disappear?
All that will remain is Izuru Kamakura, an entirely different personality created by Hope's Peak Academy. He will no longer be Hajime Hinata.
Disappear? I'm going to disappear? Disappear. Disappear, disappear, disappear. I probably should, if I'd have known it had taken this long, I probably should have saved. And I mean, because we got to here at like 6:30, 6:45. So we've been here 2.5 hours in this trial. A lot of exposition. So now we know who Nagito was talking to. He was talking to, yep, but no matter what happens, it's of no concern to me. I will not be able to participate in what lies ahead. Really? I don't really understand, but I guess we have to part ways for a while. That's disappointing. We seem to be getting along pretty well. Hey, can I see you again? There's no reason to meet again. After all, you are boring. That's why I called him boring. Because his talent is talent itself. Your talent, your thoughts, your entire existence is boring to me. You really don't play along, do you? Sounded like Nekomaru there.
No, that's not me.
That's what you are. That's who Izuru Kamakura is. You're the one who brought me into this world. You're Izuru Kamakura, the mastermind behind all of this. Huh?
Could it be? The one who uploaded you into the Neo World program was...
It was Hajime. Or Izuru.
It's not me!
Just so you know, as long as your brain has been messed with, you can't undo it no matter how hard you try. Have no way to be saved, you say? But you already know what you must do.
I do? I already know how I can be saved. I can choose to graduate. Become the Blackened.
I see. I just need to choose graduate then.
Huh? In that case, the Hajime avatar will be uploaded into his real body. So, Hajime will be safely reborn. Truly a royal road to a hopeless happy ending.
Hold on. You can't do that.
If you do that, everyone who died will be taken over by Junko's alter ego.
Like, if you guys don't start the shutdown, the Future Foundation will be trapped here. I can't allow the Future Foundation to sacrifice themselves for the ultimate despairs.
Jeez, you should have said so before. You guys aren't honest at all.
That's not it. What we're saying is...
We have to protect the world from despair, you say? Okay, that's getting so old. Do you really have to sacrifice yourselves just to protect the world in the first place? What if the world's hope is different from your hope? Even if the world is happy, it's meaningless if you aren't happy.
That's...
Plus, the Future Foundation wants to kill all the ultimate despairs, right? Once you go back to being ultimate despair, the Future Foundation's punishment time will activate. It would be absolutely dreadful if that were to happen.
Ridiculous.
Not just dreadful.
It's rather fucking hopeless, don't you think?
It is 20 to 10 here. I'm getting really hungry.
Everything that happened here will just end up being a meaningless game. Everything you felt, awe, friendship, love, there won't even be save data left of it. The girl you love and the guy you hate grow weaker and skinnier each day they lay immobilized. And in Hajime's case, his very existence is going to disappear. All because of the academy he loves so much. Will you be able to endure such despair? Who are you going to endure it for? For people you've never met before? For people who don't even appreciate you? Does that sound like hope to you?
You can't believe her! That's how she works!
That's what she does, so she can lure you all toward despair.
There is no reason to listen to her. Hurry up and start the shutdown.
Oh, hold on.
What is it? Why are we still waiting?
Tell him, Kuya.
Do you still still not understand what's going to happen to the real world if Junko escapes?
No, I was just...
How many victims do you think the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history has claimed?
Millions.
Now, it's finally started to calm down. If Junko Enoshima makes it to the real world, countless victims will fill the streets. The world will regress to an era of bloodshed, chaos, and worldwide rioting.
So that's why you're telling them to start the shutdown sequence? To prevent that? You're telling them to turn back into ultimate despair and lose all the memories they made in this world. Even among them, there are those who will simply cease to exist. And you're telling them to just deal with it?
At this point, this is the only way.
No. There is another way. As long as they choose to graduate, they can pass along their avatar's memories.
Keep memory.
Everyone here will be able to hold hands and keep on living.
Keep memory. I take over. Jeez.
Well, everyone who died will be taken over by me, but don't you think that's a better fate than being a vegetable for the rest of their life?
You guys, you can't buy into this. Think carefully about which is true hope.
And which is true despair.
What shall we do?
You're asking us? You're telling us to decide?
That's how the game works.
Why'd it turn out like this?
If everyone can overcome despair, you guys should be able to grasp true hope.
If our memories up until now disappear, I will not even remember the reason everybody died.
Are you really going to let her take over your friends' bodies?
You might think I'm a fool, but I want to see Peko one more time.
If we turn back into ultimate despair, the Future Foundation might kill us, right?
We won't let them do that.
This is all the Future Foundation's fault.
I'm not supposed to do anything.
They're the ones who stuck us in this mess.
Look at the time. Look at my gauges.
If Junko escapes to the real
I think
world,
this happened in the first game too. You're not supposed to
there
do
will be
anything.
Countless victims again.
I know, but
Everyone's hope is in conflict. Such despair!
Graduate or shut down? The world or me? Hope or despair? They're telling us to choose. To choose between that? Why? Why do we have to choose?
I can't do it.
Huh? You can't do it?
I can't choose. You guys are telling us the world's going to be destroyed unless we sacrifice ourselves. And that, I can't decide. I can't choose either one.
Hajime!
Shut up! Leave me alone!
Whoa!
This is just too much.
Holy shit, he's going full Nagito on us.
Why do I have to be a part of this? I mean, I'm different from the rest of you. And I don't even have a talent. But even so, I got dragged into this. And now, my existence is going to disappear? I don't understand it at all.
Both choices are hopeless.
how much of ourselves do we have to sacrifice?
This burden, don't you dare make us shoulder it.
There's no way we can handle this on our own.
Everyone, get a hold of yourselves.
It's impossible! For someone like me, it's impossible. I can't choose the future! Hope, despair, do whatever you want. It's not my problem! That's...
And there's no answer. So you've chosen to make no choice at all. Jeez. Once again, this went exactly as I expected. I get so hopelessly bored when everything goes according to plan. Oh well, since I have everyone's data, I kind of figured things would play out like this. That is, unless something else hopelessly unpredictable happens. Well, I can say that, but the chance of something convenient happening is hopeless. After all, this is a game. A world where everything progresses with predetermined harmony. Fine. I guess it's okay. You don't have to force yourself to make a choice. A futureless future. I think it's fine if that exists too. As long as you don't yearn for hope, you'll never fall victim to despair. That goes for me too. As long as I don't yearn for despair, I'll never need to hope for it. So, let's all free ourselves from this curse and stay here as the best of friends. Let's immerse ourselves in this tropical island life forever and ever. Forever and ever, and ever 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 and ever.
There's a big girl. The hell? I have no idea what just happened. What the fuck is this?
A game reset.
And with this, the world will continue to loop.
An eternal game utopia sounds like fun.
I guess it's fine to stay like this for a while.
Young master, that is a wise call.
No.
Yay! You didn't have to forget us.
No.
Yes, there's no way I would forget.
And with this, Junko's gone.
No.
All right, let's party.
No.
I'm gonna showcase my full cooking ability!
Just leave the BGM to Ibuki. Hey, can I take a picture to commemorate this?
Want to be awed by the sight of my prowess? I've prepared you a training regiment.
If you get hurt, let me know.
Oh my
I
god.
begin with a brief introduction of myself.
After all this time?
What was this again? Oh well, there's no need to think about it. I wanted this ending. No.
Right. A game reset.
And with this, the world will continue to loop.
An eternal game utopia sounds like fun.
I guess it's fine to stay like this for a while.
Young master, that is a wise call.
Yay! You didn't have to forget us.
Yes, there's no way I would forget.
And with this, Junko's gone.
All right, let's party.
I'm gonna showcase my full cooking ability!
Just leave the BGM to Ibuki. Hey, can I take a picture to commemorate this?
Want to be awed by the sight of my prowess? I've prepared you a training regiment.
If you get hurt, let me know.
Should I begin with a brief introduction of myself?
After all this time?
That's not it. You guys aren't part of the game, right?
What was this again? Oh well, there's no thing about it. I wanted this ending. No, we didn't. I wanted this?
All right, a game reset.
And with this, the world will continue to loop.
An eternal game utopia sound.
No!
This world.
It's wrong!
Who are you?
Chucky!
I'm just a part of the game. But you guys aren't, right?
Chiaki? Is that you? Why are you here?
I don't know.
Does this mean you're my memory of Chiaki? Because you should have already disappeared. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, don't you think they're messed up? Telling us the world's going to be destroyed? And to sacrifice ourselves? There's no way I can choose. For someone like me, I'm just not able to choose. Seriously, I've had enough. Tired of being mixed up in all this stuff I don't understand. Not only was I told that I have no talent at all, but if I get out, I'll go back to being ultimate despair. And on top of that, I was told I'm going to disappear too. Isn't that messed up? Hey, you don't want that either, right? I mean, if we lose our memories, there won't be a single trace of your existence left. You're going to completely disappear, and none of us will ever remember you.
No, I won't.
Huh?
Even if I cease to exist, even if you guys never remember me again, that doesn't mean I will completely disappear. As long as everyone continues to move forward toward the future we created together, I will never disappear. What I lived for, fought for, and risked my life for will still exist.
You're right, but...
You're probably just scared, right? Not just of disappearing. You're scared of moving toward the future with such a heavy burden, right?
I'm scared. I'm obviously terrified of that.
How much longer are you going to be this indecisive?
Huh?
Didn't you want to become someone with confidence? Isn't that why you admired Hope's Peak Academy?
But even Hope's Peak Academy tricked me.
Hajime, you've had it wrong this whole time.
Wrong?
Having talent isn't the goal. There's something much more important than whether or not you have talent, right? What's important is that you believe in yourself. If you can't do that, no matter how much talent you possess, you will never be confident in yourself. Just like how you were in the past.
You? Hey, who are you? I mean, you should have already disappeared, right?
But past Hajime is in the past. He's not the same Hajime who spent time with me and the others in this world. So it's going to be all right. I think it's time you finally had confidence in yourself.
Hey, Chiaki. Can you tell me something? Which choice should I make? My hope? The world's hope? Which one should I choose?
You guys are the only ones who have the right to decide your future. And the responsibility, too.
So you're saying I should choose for myself?
But if you can't choose either future, why don't you just create one?
Create?
Even if this world is just a game, you guys aren't part of the game. You guys don't have to just choose a future. You should be able to create one as well.
Do you
Right.
think someone like me can do that?
Anybody
Since
can.
you're not part of the game, you don't have to worry about talent, skill, or level. You guys have a tremendous ultimate move that can overcome anything. I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you just do it, things will turn out okay.
If I do it, things will turn out okay.
Of course, games aren't very fun when they're easy to clear.
But this isn't a game, right?
Hey, Hajime, this isn't for the sake of anyone else. You have to do this for yourself. Now then, it's about time you show me your cool side, Hajime. Come on, I'll help out too.
Help?
How?
I have no talent at all. I was even betrayed by the academy I admired so much. I don't want to disappear. I'm not Izuru Kamakura. Who cares what will happen to the world? I don't want to sacrifice myself. It's not like I'll be appreciated anyway. There's no way we can beat Junko. It's the Future Foundation's fault. Not mine. I can't choose the future.
See? If you just do it, things will turn out okay. You should even be able to create the future.
This is me? Is this really me? So uncool. It's totally uncool.
I have no talent at all.
I'm gonna fast forward.
I'm not Izuru. Who cares? Well, I don't want to sacrifice. It's not like I'll be.
Because I'm sure I need.
I can't choose the future.
See? If you just do it, things will. You should even be able to create the future.
Yep. She's helping us, so we gotta use her statement.
I have no talent at all. I was even betrayed by the academy. I don't want to disappear.
We had to do something like, I remember we had to do something similar to this in the first one, where we had to like fight everybody's doubts.
I don't want to sacrifice myself. It's not like I'll be appreciated anyway. There's no way we can beat Junko. It's the Future Foundation's fault. Even so, not mine. Even so, I can't choose the future. Even so,
No matter what kind of future it is, as long as you guys move toward it, I will never disappear. Everything that happened here, it won't be meaningless.
Love that girl. She's still number 2.
Carried the burden of both hope and despair. You should even be able to create the future. Even if it's a convenient miracle, if you just do it, things will turn out okay. That's why you can't hesitate now. Resolve to throw everything away and give it everything you got.
No, Mikan is still number 1. Chiaki's number 2. Close number 2, but still number 2.
I'll be cheering for you too.
That reminds me. I forgot to say it again.
No, Nagito is not number 2. Butt mash!
If we don't rid the world of despair, the tragedy will start once again.
I want to see Echo one more time. If we turn back into ultimate despair, we might be killed by the Future Foundation, right?
This is your responsibility, since you're the ones who fell to despair.
It's not my responsibility. It's the Future Foundation's.
They're both hope and they're both despair. A conclusion will never be fucking reached.
You can't lose hope.
If the memories we made here disappear, I will not even remember why everyone died.
If we don't rid the world of despair, the tragedy will start once again.
I want to see Echo one more time.
Oh.
Turn back into ultimate despair. We might be killed by the
That's very phallic.
right?
This is your responsibility, since you're the ones who fell to despair.
You can't lose hope!
If the memories we made here I will not even remember why everyone died.
If we don't rid the world of the tragedy will start when
I want to see Echo one more. We turn back into we might be killed by the
This is your responsibility.
It's not a responsibility. It's the Future Foundation.
They're both hope and they're both a conclusion will never.
No, that's wrong.
Whoa! Hajime!
It won't just be hope. There will probably be a lot of despair, too. I don't know what kind of future awaits us. But our futures are ours. I won't let anyone take them.
Huh? Who the hell are you?
I've decided. I'm done running away. I will fight for my future. I will fight alongside the future that everyone created for me. It's not for anyone else's sake but my own.
Don't tell me. Izuru? Hey, what the heck is going on? Is this a serious bug or something?
I am not Izuru Kamakura. I am Hajime Hinata!
What the fuck's going on? Here it is. I knew it.
You despair because you yearn for hope. You yearn for hope because you just want to finish this already. There's no need for you to choose. Close your eyes and cover your ears. Just shut the hell up! If you do that, this game is gonna continue. If you don't want that, just turn off the game!
We will open a way to the future ourselves. The cycle of hope, despair, and killing, we need to end it right here.
You despair because you yearn for hope because you just want to finish this already. There's no need for you to close your eyes and cover your ears. Just shut the hell up! If you do that, this game is gonna continue. If you don't want that, just turn off the game!
Even so,
You don't have to look at the hopeless future.
I'll never let anyone choose again!
I don't want anything. You have no argument. There's no hope. Just give up already. A miracle won't happen. What is this crappy feeling? I don't want anything. Izuru! You have no argument. The future will make you suffer. Just give up already. You're not hope. I don't want to lose anything. Any choice is despair. You're not hope. You have no argument. I don't want anything. You won't be able to do it. You won't be able to do anything. No, that's wrong.
No, that's wrong!
What the heck is wrong with you? Why is there a bug like this? All of a sudden.
Chiaki.
Everyone, let's shut this game down!
Huh? But
don't you get it? If we start the
See, that's why we need Yoshi here. No, that's wrong!
There's never only one choice to make. There's no way I'll allow things to end this way. The future everyone has created for us should have more possibilities than that. Let's leave this place with confidence, and from there we can just create it on our own. The future that we want.
what are you saying? There's no way something that convenient is going to happen.
It wouldn't be strange if a miracle happened. This isn't a game. We can change the future as much as we want.
Even if you talk big, if you leave here, you're just gonna forget everything. That goes for everyone else!
We just have to press these two buttons at the same time, correct? I wonder. I do not really understand it myself, but I just saw it. When my body felt so heavy that I could not move. When I felt as though I was sinking into a deep black sea.
Alright, that's a beautiful portrait of Sonya.
It was at that moment I somehow heard Hajime's voice. And though it was just a flash, I saw it. Like a lighthouse beacon shining across an ocean of darkness. A warm, yet resolute light. The one who shined that light, it was probably... You saw it too, right, Hajime? The future we are going to create from this moment on. It is also the future that everyone has created, right? Then, there is no way we can stop now.
Seriously, that's a suicidal decision.
I'm well aware it might be an act of suicide. There's no telling how this will play out. But... I heard her voice. In fact, I think it was the first time she ever yelled at me. I can't stand on my own 2 feet if she keeps treating me like a damn kid.
I don't like thinking about complicated stuff. If there's someone strong worth fighting, I'll fight. It's just who I am, you know? That's what it means to be confident, right?
Yeah, I'm sure he heard Pecco.
Then, I'm gonna choose this!
Man, this sure is getting annoying again. But if you're saying you're gonna do it, there's no way I can back out now. If I don't have any place to go back to, I should at least protect this place no matter what.
Why is he still alive?
You all... Why? Why? How can you guys throw yourselves back into the depths of despair?
I had to get one more in before the end of the game, Chago.
We believe in our future. That's what makes us different from you.
Okay, this game now gets a 0 out of 10 because Soda survived until the end. At least Nagito died. Soda's still alive.
We believe that if we try new things, even difficult things, that everything will turn out okay. We believe we can even create our own futures.
That's impossible. That can't be hope. It's not even despair. What is this?
Hajime, everyone, thank you.
I'm not the one you should be thanking.
Huh?
Still, I received a B in every single case.
Well, let's get started.
I didn't think it would end this easily.
Huh? It's not the end, right?
This is just the beginning, right?
First, we need to let this game world end.
And from that point on, we're the ones who are going to create.
she got her magic stick back. Jiggle physics.
Man, this is absolute despair. I feel despair upon despair and despair toward despair yet again. How fun. Once you've experienced the despair I've suffered, there's no turning back. Living in the shadows of past memories. That's too sad, you know? But I guess I no longer have to hope for despair.
That is just so hopeless.
What was that just now? Why did Usami appear? She should have already disappeared.
I guess it's just as Hajime said.
At least this wasn't the ending prepared for them.
Now, I never went back and watched Monomi take on the Mono Beasts. So,
This was the ending they created.
Are you saying they're moving towards such an uncertain future on purpose?
Even so, the only thing we can do now is leave it to them. This game world is going to end soon. There is nothing more we can do.
Regardless, there's no need for us to do anything.
Man, it's collapsing.
You're right.
I am sorry to trouble everyone, but even if we awaken in the real world and forget about what transpired here, it will still have meaning, right?
Of course, Miss Sonia. I don't know the proper way to say this, but I kind of feel the same way too.
You're so bad at explaining things. Now that it's the end, you should at least try a little harder.
People can't change that easily, you know.
Well, whether it has meaning or not, it all depends on us now.
Time's almost up.
I hope they show them outside this world.
I'm pretty scared.
I am scared too.
But it's okay, right? It makes sense to feel scared, right?
That's the future.
Hey, I'll never forget you guys. Or the others. You guys better remember me too. My name is Kazuichi Soda.
With your colorful personalities, there's no way I'd forget you guys that easily.
Even if I forget, I will use all my might and remember.
If you start talking weird later, Hajime, I'll beat you up till you turn back to normal.
Thank you.
That's a relief. But make sure you hold back as much as you can.
So this is the end. But it's just the beginning. Isn't that right? Doesn't change how scared I am. I can't help feeling scared. So scared, but...
Thank you. Thank you, Chiaki. Phew. I finally said it.
Me too. Thank you. I'll never forget about you guys. I'll never, ever forget. I'll be cheering for you guys from now on. from somewhere. 'Cause we're all friends after all.
I think. This is the end. Goodbye to Academy of Despair. It's giant cell phone. That's Junko's phone. And so, the incident is coming to an end. The incident, riddled with absurdity, with nonsense, with sheer irrationality, is about to lower its curtain. An incident smaller than Hope's Peak Academy's biggest, most tragic event, smaller than the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history, an incident so small it doesn't even have a name. The world will never know what happened here. Not now, not in the distant future, as long as they remain here.
Apparently they've finished the preparations. We can leave any time.
Then, I guess we should get going.
Hey, Makoto. Is this really okay?
Okay. Can I say how weird it is for Kyoko to be in, like, dress shoes with heels as opposed to her boots?
You're the one who said, leave the questions to me. So I let you take the lead. Are they really going to be okay? Didn't they just turn back into ultimate despair?
I don't think that's the case. I mean, if they did turn back, they wouldn't have said that they'd stay on this island.
Perhaps they're thinking about helping their sleeping friends?
I can't really say for sure, but that's what I believe.
Whether they know it or not, the fact that they're already clinging to that feeling shows they're no longer who they were in the past.
It seems that there are too many soft-hearted people here.
Yeah, they're sleeping friends. Remember, those 5 are the only ones that survived. The other ones are still in those stasis tubes, or, those stasis beds. Never to wake up because they're basically vegetables now. They're, as Junko said, they're husks of their former self.
But in reality, the possibility of those who are asleep waking up is close to 0.
No, the possibility isn't a problem. Even if there's the smallest possibility, they're still trying to create that future for themselves.
Look at Kyoko in that suit. Kuya we always see in a suit. Makoto was always in a sweater. But look at Kyoko in that suit.
In their eyes, that is the future.
The smallest possibility. You might as well call it a miracle.
Strangely enough, I have a feeling that they'll be able to reach it. They've accepted their hopes and their despair, and they're trying to create their own future. Maybe, for people like that, miracles are inevitable. Don't you think?
As cheesy as ever. Seriously, you haven't grown up at all.
Kuya.
Haven't grown up?
That's the main reason we decided to come with you.
Well, who cares? I guess I'll respect your decision. This time.
This time.
However, what comes next is going to be difficult for us.
Leaving them on this island. If the higher-ups at HQ find out about this, it will definitely cause a scene.
We need to work on concealing it.
So the research facility that the Future Foundation had these folks in is really on Jabberwock Island. And Alter Ego and that program created a false Jabberwock Island to try and rehabilitate them and recondition them to not be ultimate despairs.
That's not a problem.
And what do you intend to explain to HQ?
About that. I was gonna think about it while I was on the ship.
Good luck. I'm not going to help you that much.
Liar.
Huh? Why?
You should at least be glad that we decided to respect your decision.
Fine.
That's why he's the ultimate hope.
Then let's go back as well. We're not even close to finished yet. There's still a lot we must do. Besides the Future Foundation, the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history is not finished. We must end this once and for all, for the sake of the future.
It seems I must fight alongside you all for a little while longer.
Plus, there's someone waiting for you to return.
Don't make me remember something so horrifying.
Talking about Toko.
Let's go. We must create our own futures too.
She reminded him of Toko.
And so, the ordeal has ended. And from here, our daily lives have started. Lives that are much more absurd, nonsensical, and irrational than before.
Please show them how they really are.
Things are probably going to be a lot more difficult now. There's no such thing as an answered mystery. It's doubtful whether or not things will even end well. The future isn't a path. It's like an endless sea. You can try to go anywhere, but it doesn't mean you'll get there. Even so, I will keep on living. I will keep on living as Hajime Hinata. My future lies here.
Epilogue, the day before the future. And that's it. Roll credits. Ultimate. They called him the ultimate swindler instead of the ultimate imposter. All right, so oh yeah, that's right. That's him playing Russian roulette. So, ladies and gents, that I think that now has become my longest stream. We're live right now for 6 hours and 15 minutes. We've been doing this trial since about 7 o'clock, so 3.5 hours. And I was warned at the beginning that these trials were long. Thank you, Jago. And son of a bitch were they long. But we powered through. There's Kuya. We powered through. And I cannot thank everybody enough for sticking with me and sticking with this game. I'm glad I did. I'm glad I stuck with it. I'm glad I finished it. But, oh my goodness. That was a long one. I highly doubt I will play this game again. It was okay. It wasn't the best game, but it wasn't the worst. Again, as I've seen some people say, the story was cool. The minigames, absolute trash. But yeah, out of 10, I'd probably give it a 4. Well, no. Maybe go the other way. Maybe a 6. Because I don't think the minigame should drag down the story that much. We'll say 6. We'll say 6 out of 10. It wasn't the worst game I've ever played, but by certain, far and wide, it was not the best. So, but yeah, another one in the books. So I've now completed 4 games on stream. You'll give it an A? Again, that's 4 games in the books now. 2 Persona games and 2 Danganronpa games. Ooh. I'm still debating whether I want to stream tomorrow because again, it's 10:30 now. I still haven't eaten dinner. I haven't eaten anything since basically brunch. I had something to eat about 11 o'clock, and that was it. I haven't had anything since. I'm very hungry. The problem is it's 10:30 at night. I don't want to eat a full meal right before I go to bed. So I can't go right now, Jago. We're in the credits. That's when Pecco fake being that little justice chick. So yeah, I'm thinking I'm not going to stream tomorrow. I'm going to sleep in, take a day off, and then we'll start fresh a week from today with Yakuza 0. Oh, grab something to eat for myself. Again, I don't know what I want to eat. My dinner was supposed to be steak and a baked potato, but it's 10:30 at night. Do I really want to have a steak and baked potato this late at night? So, I mean, I could have saved the trial for tomorrow. The Japanese Monokuma yelling. Achievement unlocked. Goodbye, Academy of Despair. I attained a present Easter egg. And the Usami strap. Danganronpa if? Or is that 1F? You can read the light novel Danganronpa 1F, written by that amazing writer. Extras. Was this unlocked? Event gallery, movie gallery, artwork. What we got in here? Oh, I gotta buy it. Concept arts. Gundam's got 2 different ones. Gotta buy Chiaki. There's my girl, Mix Khan. Patience closed. Monami, Usami. Horse, snake, tiger, bird, and human. Really, Jago? You have to ask that question? Concept for the Mono Beasts. Height comparison. Cyberpunk Island. The shower room, the supermarket. Chandler Beach, the music venue. Execution title, Teru. Peko, Mikan. The dot art. The Mono Theaters, the Wizard of Monami. I'm sure I have to buy everything in order to get this. This is an alternate storyline where Monokuma lost against Usami. Okay. Island mode, I'm sure, is like the free roam mode from the first one. Experience the battles between Monami and the Mono Beast that occurred behind the scenes. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and everyone in between. Whew. Yeah, of course, Nagito has to be the last one we see. So, ladies and gents, and again, and boys and girls, and everyone in between. That was one hell of a stream. I think, again, this is my longest stream to date. And it is definitely evident because I had to break out my ass pillow to sit on because my behind was hurting, my tailbone. But we did it. Again, not the best game as far as gameplay, but definitely a good story. The ending I thought for Danganronpa 1 was the ending for Danganronpa 2, that they were just all in a simulator. As soon as I saw the email to Makoto from the Future Foundation, I knew that the 15 of us were the ultimate despairs, the remnants of despair. So yeah, all in all, one hell of a game. I just realized I did not do my dailies yet today for Animal Crossing, so if I don't do that, I'm going to be messing with my money trees, so I'm going to do that. I am going to take tomorrow off. I'm going to sleep in late. I'm going to rest tomorrow. Probably watch some more of the Lava Guys on stream. But yes, there will be no stream tomorrow. We'll resume on Monday with Persona 5. Monday and Wednesday. And Saturday, we will start fresh with Yakuza 0. For those that would like, there's my social media links. You can follow me on Twitter or come join the Discord. Now that this game is finished, I'll upload the last stream or two to YouTube so I can finish it off. Maybe tomorrow I'll work on my chapter banners or my Twitch banners. And I'll add a games played list so I can show what games have been played. But yeah, I'm a little tired. I'm going to have another swig here. A lot of talking. A little tired, a little hungry. But it was worth it. It was worth finishing this game today. Again, the sword battle, I'll give that a pass. The logic dives, they can go to hell. The Hangman's Gambit in this, that can go to hell. The Panic Talk action, that can go to hell. this game, you had to really make some logic leaps in order to get some of these answers. But yes, once again, I can't say it enough. I really can't. Thank you. If you're watching this on YouTube, thank you for stopping by there. If you're watching the VOD on Twitch, thank you for stopping there. If you're here live in chat, you come and give me a follow or a sub, thank you. Thank you again. I don't know what to say other than that. I like having people stop in and chat. I like having people to interact with, and we can have discussions. So, again, this Stream Elements just popped up there. Your presence is very much appreciated. It's perfect timing for that. So, yes. Well, we're going to take tomorrow off. We resume on Monday with Persona 5. We're getting close to the end of that. We should be able to finish Shido's Palace, or the 7th Palace. Again, I'll try and keep it quote-unquote spoiler-free, which is kind of too late now, but we're going to try and finish the 7th Palace on Monday. Hopefully, we'll be able to finish our last confidant, which is Shinya. When we finish that game, again, we're going to go on to Persona 5 Strikers. And now that this game's over, I'm going to play at least a Yakuza game or two. I may play this, and then Yakuza 0, and then Yakuza Kiwami. And then we got to find something else to play. So, again, I do have a handful of other games I could play. Again, I have a couple Final Fantasy games. I had ideas on what to do for the 100 sub mark. We gained a new follower today with your local emo boy. So we're at 91 followers. So we'll see what happens if we can get to that 100 mark. Again, the Yakuza games are going to replace Danganronpa. So it'll be Yakuza on the weekends and then Persona during the week still. And we'll see what happens then. After that, I don't know. Again, I might play 2 Yakuza games, 0 and then Kiwami, and then we'll see. Yeah, farewell for now. Again, I still have V3 that we can play eventually, but I think I'm Danganronpa out for a little bit now. We're going to take a break. So, but yes, until Monday. Remember what Jerry Springer said. Take care of yourself and each other. Get yourself vaccinated. It seems like the world is starting to trend in a good direction. I hope to see individuals at cons if and when they open up. Again, if there's a con that has like one person, I probably won't go to because I want to get the biggest bang for my buck. So if there's a con that has a couple individuals that I want to see, I'll probably try and get there. But yeah, I'm sure they're going to require some sort of vaccination. So get vaccinated if you can, if it's available. Please, it's like any other medical procedure or any other medicine. It's gone through tests. It's deemed safe enough. Again, there's always an element of risk. Even if you don't get the vaccine, you could walk out your door and get whacked by a car. Okay, there's always an element of risk in life. But please, this is a risk worth taking. Get vaccinated. And for safety of the world, right. This isn't just about you. This is about each and every person you interact with. So, until we see each other again, please stay safe. Take care of yourself. Be well. Live long and prosper. And good night.